everyone, a very warm welcome to Think Constructive. In this session, I will be telling you how to build a complete project with the help of Java, Spring Boot, MongoDB as a database with Docker Compose, and further we will be securing that application with the help of the Spring Security that will be followed by JWT Authentication and Validation. So this session is going to be a complete step-by-step tutorial for building the Java Spring Boot application. This session will be a bit lengthy session, so I have divided it into 6 chapters and all those corresponding timestamps are written in the description box below. So you can go back and forth by just clicking on the timestamp and you will be there. So make use of that so that you can really get help from this session. Watch the complete session, get your machines ready and code along so that you get real benefit out of this session. This session is going to be extremely helpful for all the Java developers, Java lead and Java architect. So stay connected, watch the session till the end so that you are not going to miss upon on any of the core concepts. Alright, so let us quickly start with the session now. So let us start with the first chapter, that is building REST API with Java, Spring Boot, MongoDB and Docker Compose.
MongoDB is a database. More specifically, it's a NoSQL database. We also call it document database, which is designed for ease of application, development and scaling. So scaling is very important here. And it's very easy, straightforward to use MongoDB because it is schema-less. So there is no restriction for storing the details in the database. Some other key features of MongoDB are its high performance database. It also supports high availability. It supports horizontal scalability, which makes MongoDB highly scalable. Alright, and it also supports multiple storage engines. Alright, so let us have a quick look on some of the key features of Spring Boot. Spring Boot is very popular among Java developers because it helps application developers to create standalone Spring applications. Why Spring Boot is so popular? Because it gives a complete package to application developer to create Spring applications. How? Because application servers comes embedded in the Spring Boot applications and those supported servers are Tomcat, Jetty or Undertow. It provides starter dependencies. It also supports auto configuration of Spring and other third-party libraries. It provides production ready features and no as such XML configuration and no code generation. So it's pretty straightforward to develop applications using Spring Boot. Alright, let us now quickly understand the project architecture which we will be developing. Alright, so this is the typical 3-layer architecture which we will be developing. So we'll be developing one controller layer and then business or service layer and then database or repository layer. So controller layer is responsible to talk to the external or internal world, and it will be talking using REST APIs because we are developing a project for REST API. So we will be exposing REST APIs using controller layer. Alright, so controller layer will be accepting requests from laptop, mobile or any other device, any other client which is capable to send REST API request. Alright, so controller layer will be accepting REST API request. It will be further processing and sending the request to business or service layer. Business or service layer will be doing some logical processing if needed, and then for the database related activities, business layer will be sending requests further to database or repository layer. Database layer will be talking to the database because this is the layer which is specifically talking to the database. So database or repository layer will be talking to database. In our case, the database, what we are using is MongoDB. MongoDB will be fetching, creating, deleting or updating the data, whatever kind of request we are sending, and sending the response back to the database or repository layer. Repository layer will be sending the response back to business or service layer. If needed, business or service layer will be doing further logical processing and then will be returning response back to the controller layer. Controller layer will be further sending response back to the client. Alright, in between you can see DTO and entity. So DTOs are data transfer objects. So this is one pattern which is being used here for sending and receiving the data. So data which will be received at the controller layer and will be sent back to the client will be in terms of DTOs, not the exact entity which we are retrieving from the database. So that particular database entity will be converted to the data transfer objects and that will be sent back to the client. All right. And similarly, the entity you are seeing here, so entity is the exact entity what we are sending and receiving from the database. Further, that entity will be getting converted to DTO at the business or service layer, will be sent back to controller layer, and controller layer will be sending data transfer objects back to the client. All right. So I hope this project architecture is very clear to all of you. If you have any doubts, you can ask your doubts in the comment section. All right. So let us have a quick look on what we will be building using this architecture. So here is a online bookstore which we will be building using this project architecture. So in this online bookstore, what I have showed here right now is the books entity. So we will be creating this books entity with the given field here, and on this books entity we will be creating the complete CRUD operations which will be taking place using Spring Boot and MongoDB. So now let us quickly start with the project development. So get your machines ready and open the editors of your choice. I am going to use IntelliJ IDE editor. You can use any Java editor of your choice. All right. So let us quickly start with the demonstration now. So let us quickly bootstrap the Spring Boot application with the help of Spring Initializr. So here is the Spring Initializr. Here we will choose language as Java. By default it is selected. Project Maven we will be building. So we will be using Maven as a build tool. The Spring Boot latest stable version is 3.4.1. So this is what we'll be using. Okay. And in project metadata we can write com.think constructive. Okay. So here in artifact we will write books store. Okay. And in description we will write books store project. That's it. Oh, my bad. So we'll just say books store project. All right. So here you can see package name com.thinkconstructive.books.store is created using this group and artifact ID. All right. Packaging method we will be using as jar, and Java let us use the latest version which is 23. All right. So now we will include dependencies which we will be needing in our project. So the first dependency for building REST API we will be using Spring Web. Okay, you can see build web including RESTful applications using Spring MVC. Okay, then we will say add dependencies. Then we will again say add dependencies. What next I'll be using? I'll be saying MongoDB because we will be using MongoDB database. So we should include MongoDB dependency here, Spring Data MongoDB. All right. Then we will be including DevTools dependency because for every change I don't want to restart my project every now and then. So for the development convenience, I am using Spring Boot DevTools here. All right. One more dependency I'll be using here, which is Docker, because Docker Compose support is now available in Spring Boot. So with the help of Docker Compose support, I'll be directly able to use MongoDB without specifically installing MongoDB at my system. Okay, so stay tuned, just see what I'm doing and how I'm going to use Docker along with MongoDB here. All right, so these 4 essential dependencies I have included, and I will quickly say generate. The moment I will say generate, it will download bookstore.zip at my system. So next step, I need to unzip this and open this project in the IntelliJ IDEA Editor. So as I said, I am using IntelliJ IDEA Editor, which is provided by JetBrains. You can use any other Java editor of your choice. You can use Eclipse or Spring Tool Suite, whichever you are comfortable with. Alright, here I have extracted Bookstore and opened it in IntelliJ IDEA Editor. So first of all, let me just do a little refactoring for this Bookstore name to Bookstore. Okay, yeah, so here it is. I will just change its name. Okay, I'll make it Bookstore. That looks better. Okay, and here are the files. So I have changed the folder name, and now I will have to reopen it. Okay, because now there is no more Bookstore, so it's not recognizing the project. So it's opening Bookstore now. Okay, yeah. So inside this, I will just open pom.xml and do the necessary changes quickly. So artifact ID, I will change to Bookstore, and name as Bookstore and description as Bookstore. All right, I will save it and we'll go inside src folder and we'll check what name changes we should be doing here. So first of all, I will change the package name. I will just do a little refactoring here also. And instead of Bookstore, I will change it to Bookstore. All right. Do refactor. And this Bookstore application, instead of this, I will make it Bookstore. All right. Yeah. All right, so I have done the necessary changes, refactoring changes. Here is the pom.xml, and let us see what all we have got in this. So we have got Spring Boot starter parent with a Spring Boot version as 3.4.1, which is the latest stable version of Spring Boot. Our group ID, artifact ID, whatever we have given. All right, and the name and description. Along with that, let us have a quick look on Java version and dependency. So Java version we have got as 23, and dependencies. So we have included 4 dependencies. One was MongoDB. So Spring Boot starter data Mongo. All right. Spring Boot starter web dependency for REST API development. Spring Boot dev tools, because I just wanted to make developers' life easy from again and again restarting the application. I wanted to avoid that. So I have included dev tools, and one more we have included Spring Boot Docker Compose. All right. Along with that, whenever you bootstrap any Spring Boot project, you will automatically get a Spring Boot starter test. Okay. And a Spring Boot starter parent. Okay. So as I said that I'm not going to install MongoDB to my system. Rather, what I'll be doing, I will be having Docker Compose, and that will help me to get the MongoDB image up and running at my system. That means, first of all, your system should have Docker installed. All right, because anyways, being a developer, you should always have Docker at your machines. All right. If you don't know what Docker is, and you would like to learn and install Docker at your machine and do some basic stuffs at Docker, so there is a session already available on the channel. Details of the sessions are getting displayed on the screen. Link for the session is tagged in the above card section as well as in the description box below. So please go ahead, watch the Docker session and make Docker up and running at your system. All right. So for now, I'm assuming that you have Docker at your system. If you don't have, go ahead and have it at your system, because with the help of Docker, we will have MongoDB image at our system. All right. And it is not restricted to MongoDB. Whichever image you would want, you can quickly get that with Docker and make that thing up and running at your system. All right. So Docker will make your life easier as a developer. That is where I'm recommending have Docker at your system. All right. Next step is Spring Boot starter data MongoDB. So this dependency will help your Spring Boot application to get connected with the MongoDB. Alright. And Spring Boot starter web, as I said, this dependency you will need to build REST API. Alright. I also have a DevTools session available on my channel. So if you would like to learn more about it, go ahead, watch the session. Details are getting displayed on the screen. Alright. So now you have understood pom.xml. Let us see compose.xml. This is one new file you must be seeing. Compose.yaml will be included when you will include Docker dependency in pom.xml. So we have included Docker dependency in order to get MongoDB latest image. So you will automatically get compose.yaml, and the beautiful part is it has seen that you are trying to include MongoDB dependency also in your application. So it has already configured MongoDB image and the relevant details in compose.xml. Alright, so that is where it's going to be very helpful. So it's giving you services tab because this is what it is understanding you would like to include. You will give MongoDB image as Mongo latest, and then the environment details, and then the ports it will be listening to. Alright, so I hope compose.xml is also clear to everyone. So now let us bring up the application and see if everything is working fine or not. Like as a basic application is coming up and running or not. Alright, let us bring up our bookstore application. It is annotated with the Spring Boot application, which is the kickstart or the starter point for any Spring Boot application. Alright, so let me just go ahead and say run bookstore application. And let us see what is happening. What is it saying? It's throwing an error. Docker is not running. Since we have included Docker dependency in our application, so the prerequisite is Docker should be up and running. Without that, this application will not come up. Alright, so let me just go ahead and bring up the Docker. So what do? I will just say Docker. Since it is installed at my machine, so it should come up. So now Docker is up and running at my system. Okay. So now let me again retry and try to bring up the application. Let's see what happens. I will say run bookstore application, and you can see here in the logs, started bookstore application, Tomcat server started at port 8080. So at port 8080, now my application is up and running. Alright. Along with that, you can see Mongo client with some metadata is also up. So that means my MongoDB is also up and running. And here you can see container related information, that container got created, started, waiting and healthy. So all those relevant information is captured here, and then my app server is up and application is up and running. Alright. So now let us again check the Docker and see whether MongoDB is there or not. So in compose.xml, MongoDB image as Mongo latest is given. So let us see whether in the Docker we are able to see this image or not. Alright. So here in the Docker, you can see my bookstore application. You can see the green sign, it is active, and bookstore MongoDB 1, the image is here. And so you can see here bookstore MongoDB 1, and here Mongo latest image is picked up. This is what is given in compose.yaml file. Okay, so let us come back to the application. So my application is up and running with all the basics things in place. So my application is up and running. Now let us quickly check whether the application is really listening to port 8080 or not. Alright. So here what will I do? I will just say local host :8080 enter. And what it is saying, we are getting an error page here, but that doesn't mean this application is not listening to anything. It is listening to port 8080, but since we have not exposed any endpoint as of now, so it's saying it doesn't get anything there. So let us quickly bring down the application. Okay, and let's check one more thing. Now when I will refresh, so now what it says, the site can't be reached. That means it doesn't listen anything now to port 8080, while in the earlier case it was able to listen to port 8080 but was not able to get anything. Now the next step is the controller layer. So this layer will start building. Alright. So let us start building the controller layer. I'll just say new Java class controller dot, let's say I'll say book controller. Okay, so I'll just hit enter, and since I know this is my controller layer, so I will annotate it with REST controller. Okay, so REST controller will indicate Spring Boot that this layer is a controller layer and is responsible to expose all the CRUD operations, all the REST APIs. Alright, let me also give the request mapping. Okay, and we'll give the path, context path for the application. Alright, so let's say I will just give book store. Okay, this is what we are building. Okay, so I will just say bookstore. Alright, so now inside the REST controller I will start writing all CRUD operations. Okay, so for now, first of all I will be writing the CRUD operations with the mocked response, and then we will be building our database and service layer, and then we will come back and refactor our book controller class. So let me first of all start writing the GET request. I will just say public. Let me for now just return response entity with string data type. Alright, and I will then say get book. Okay, so and for now I will just get the book by book ID. Okay, so for book ID I will just say string book ID. Alright, and then what will I do? I will just say return response entity we are returning, so I need to create a response entity object. So I will just say response entity, and inside this I will just say book found. Alright, and probably if you want more clarity you can also concatenate book ID here. So I will just say plus book ID. Alright, and here we need to send HTTP status code. Okay, so for success, what status code do we have? HTTP status dot OK. Fine. And since we are building this get book method and trying to find the book by book ID, so this book ID we should be getting from either from the request URL or from the query parameter. Alright, so let's say I am taking it from the request URL. Okay, and this is a get request, so I will be just exposing get mapping. Okay, and herein I will give slash inside curly braces book ID. Okay, and this method argument I will be annotating as path variable. Okay, so in the request URL whatever ID will be coming will be taken by this book ID because of this path variable annotation, and then book ID will be captured here. Okay, so I'm reiterating, I'm creating the mocked structure of controller layer right now. I am just going to expose all the APIs what I need, and then going forward we will come back after building our database and service layer. We will come back and refactor this layer. All right, so next step, this one method we have written to get book by ID. I also want to get all the books. Okay, whatever books are available in my database, I just want to get them all. So how do I write a method for that? I will just say public response entity list. Okay, list of strings. For now I am just going ahead with the string. Okay, get all books. All right, since I am going to get all the books, so no need to pass any specific ID or something. I will just say return okay, new response entity, okay, and what it should be returning, it should be returning the list. So one method is I will just build a mock list here and will return that, okay. So I will just say list of books, okay, and then new array list, and yes, I should be writing its data type also, okay. And in this books list I should add some books, okay, which should be returned, okay. So let's say I will just say Java book, and then I will say books.add, and then say MongoDB book, all right. And then let's say I will say books.add, and then Spring Boot, all right. So let's say I think that's enough for the checking purpose. So 3 books we have added, and I will now pass this books list and then success HTTP status code, all right. I'll just say okay, fine. So what we have done, we have written get all books method, and I need to now write some annotation to tell that I'm going to expose this method as a REST API, more specifically as get REST API. So in the URI, no need to pass any specific ID or something. It will just say /, all right. So the moment this will be this request will be triggered, all books data will be displayed, okay. Now let us start creating some books, okay. That means I should be writing a create method for that, and create should be returning, let's say again response entity with some string response as of now, okay. And I will say create books, okay. And in the create books, a complete book value should come, right. So for now I'm just taking a string book, okay. So for now we will just take a string book and will return the response, okay. So return new response entity, okay, and we'll just give a message called book created, all right. And then HTTP status code as okay, cool, yeah. And we should expose this create method with the help of post mapping, all right. So post mapping is the annotation for exposing the create APIs, okay. So inside this I will just give /. Now let us expose one more method with response entity and response as a string, and we'll be exposing, first of all writing update method, okay, update book, okay. So in update book, let's say I just want to receive book details with which we should be updating it, okay. So I will just say a string book, and inside this I will say return new response entity, okay. And what we should be returning, a message book updated, all right. And then HTTP status dot okay, fine. And for update, what annotation we should be using is put mapping, okay, because these get, put, post, delete, all these are standard HTTP methods. So accordingly their annotations are built in a Spring Boot, and those annotations I'm using here directly, all right. And then one more method I would like to expose, that is delete, okay. So first of all I will be writing the method public. For deletion I just would like to return a response, okay, delete book, all right. And then let's say I would like to delete it by book ID, so I should be giving a book ID here. All right. And likewise, if you go up and see in the get method how I took the ID from the path, in the URI the ID was coming, and with the help of path variable annotation we have captured the ID here. Similarly, we should be doing it in the delete book method. Okay, so I will just write the method and then we will do the annotation changes. All right, so I will just say return new response entity. Okay, and then book deleted successfully. All right, and HTTP code. Fine, and now we should be annotating it with delete mapping. So with delete mapping, what should I do? / within curly braces I will say book ID. All right, and here how this book ID will be captured. Here in this book ID we should be writing annotation path variable. All right, so what we have done, we have created a controller layer structure. Okay, so all methods are exposed here: get, put, post, delete, all 4 methods along with get all. Okay, now let us quickly test our controller layer and then we will quickly move forward to build the database and service layers. Now let me quickly bring up the application. All right, so you can see in the logs my application is up and running. All right, so let me just open the Postman. Okay, so here is a Postman window. I will just add a new request here: localhost colon 8080 slash what is the request URI we have given? We have given, where is that? Yeah, bookstore. Okay, I'll just give bookstore slash. Okay, and I'm just going to put a get request here, so I will just say send. So all 3 dummy data, Java, MongoDB, Spring Boot, these 3 books we have added. So we have got all the 3 things here. So what we have tested, we have tested our get all books. Okay, now let us go ahead and test get book with the help of book ID. So we should be ideally getting this message. Okay, so I will just say bookstore slash ID. Let's say I am just giving 1. Okay, so the moment I will say 1 here and get method is selected, so it will call get books method. All right, so I will just say send book found 1 because book number 1 we have given. Likewise, if I will give 2, should be able to see book found 2. All right, fine. Now let us check our create API. So in create books, what we have given, just a / and post mapping. So we should be getting book created. All right, so now I will be changing the method to post. Okay, and there should not be any ID as such. So with the request mapping we should proceed. I will say send. So what message I have got? Book created. All right, and you can notice here 200. Okay, request successful. All right, so similarly, if I would like to check my update API, what should I do? I will just call the put method, okay, with the / here after bookstore, and we should be getting book updated message. All right, so here instead of post I will be selecting put. Okay, and request URL will remain same, and I will say send. What message I have got this time? Book updated. All right, so my update method is also properly exposed and working fine. Now the last one, delete. So let us check delete. So for delete, what should we do? We should pass a number, a book ID in the request URL, and we should be able to get the value here, book deleted successfully. Okay, and if you want, you can concatenate the book ID here. So I will just say plus book ID so that we can verify this book ID is properly captured here or not with the help of this path variable annotation. Okay, so I have done the changes. We'll save, and because of DevTools integration, I am not restarting the server. It is getting auto restarted. Okay, you can notice it here. What it says restarting due to one class path changes. Okay, graceful shutdown and then restarting. Okay, so this is done automatically because of my DevTools library which we have integrated. All right, so now let us come back to Postman, and here instead of put, I will choose method delete, and here in the bookstore, let's say I'm just giving 1, and I would say send. So book deleted successfully, and the number is printed as 1. All right, so my CRUD is exposed. All 4 REST APIs are working fine. So what we have done, we have created controller layer, and now next step we will be creating database or repository layer. All right, so now let us start creating the database layer. So for that, what we will be doing, we will be first creating the entity. Okay, so entity will be going as it is to the database and will be retrieved back. Okay, so for that I will just say new Java class. So we will be choosing record here because record are Java immutable classes and are used for plain data transfers. All right, so let me just give the name here, entity dot book. Okay, so inside this I will be giving all the fields name which I would like to store in the database. Okay, so I will just say string book ID. Okay, then the string name, then the string price. Okay, the string author and the string description. All right, oh my bad. Okay, so these many fields I would like to store in the database, so all those field names I have given here. That's it, right? So for Java record, I just need to give the field names here and rest will be taken care. All right, so all the essential getter will be auto generated internally. Okay, so my entity class is created. So next step is, let us create the DTO. DTOs are data transfer objects which will be used to transfer the data via REST APIs. Okay, all right, so I will just choose record and will say here DTO dot book DTO. All right, so for now I'll be using all the fields whatever we are using here in our entity in the book DTO. So I will just copy paste. Okay, so my DTO is also created. Now the next step is, since entities will be talking to the database and DTOs will be talking directly over REST API, so they should be able to communicate with each other. So I should be creating some mapping mechanism so that they can be converted from DTO to book or book to DTO. All right, so for that I will be creating a mapper. So I will just call it as mapper dot book mapper. Okay, what is the purpose of this class? This will be helping us to convert DTO to entity or entity to DTO. All right, so inside this I will be creating 2 methods. One is to DTO, another is to entity. Okay, so I will just say public static book DTO. Okay, and I will call it as to DTO. What it should accept? It should accept as book entity. Okay, fine. So I have imported the book class which we have created. Okay, and inside this what I'll be doing, I will be just writing a conversion logic. Okay, so I will just say book DTO because this is what I want in return. I will call the variable as book DTO is equal to new book DTO, and inside this what I'll be doing, I'll be extracting details from entity and filling in here. Okay, so book dot book ID, okay, book dot name, okay, book dot author, book dot description. I think we have missed the price thing, right? So I will just say book dot price. Okay, so let us just check ID, name, price, author, description, all these details. ID, name, price, author, description. Cool. Yeah, so let me do a little formatting. Yeah, and where is, yes, so now what will I do? I will just return this book DTO. Fine. So what we have done, we have received book entity, and with the help of this book entity we have converted it to book DTO, and book DTO is returned. Similarly, I'll be writing logic for to entity. Okay, so public static book entity we should be returning, okay, to, and what this method name will be, to entity. Okay, and in this to entity what I should be passing is book DTO, because this time what I am doing, I am converting from book DTO to entity. Okay, so book DTO. All right, and here what I should be doing, I should be returning book. So book new book, and here I should be extracting all details from book DTO. Okay, so I will just say book DTO dot book ID, comma, book DTO dot name, comma, book DTO dot price, comma, book DTO dot author, and one more field, book DTO dot description. All right, so all 5 fields we have filled in. Okay, let me fix up this indentation. Yeah, now looks good. Fine, so we have created a book object from book DTO, and we should be returning this. Okay, what will I do? I will just say return book. So I have created 2 mapper classes. So now whenever I am getting book DTO from REST API, and further I would like to convert that to entity, I will be using this to entity method. And when I am getting entity back from the database and I want to send it to the controller layer and further via REST API, so I will be using toDTO method to convert it to book DTO. All right, so all 3 mappers we have created. Now the next step is, in my database layer I should be creating a repository. Okay, so repository layer is the main responsible layer to talk to the database. So what I should be doing here, I will just say Java class, okay, and book repository will be the interface. Okay, so I'll just say repository, okay, dot book repository. All right, and then hit enter. So now what I am going to do, I am going to create a book repository which will be directly talking to the database, and here the database is MongoDB. So this book repository interface should be extending to another interface which is already provided to us by Spring Boot, that is Mongo repository. All right, so Mongo repository will be responsible to talk to the database for our application when I will do this. Okay. So in Mongo repository, what I will be doing, I will be just giving the entity as book, and second thing what it is asking, see, it is asking for the type of the object which we have given as book because my entity is book, and second is ID field. Okay. So my ID field data type, book ID we are taking. So ID field data type we are taking it as a string. Okay. So I have given it as a string. Let me just import this book entity. All right. So we have created book repository, which is extending to Mongo repository. Okay. And let me just show you this Mongo repository also. What is there? So what Mongo repository is containing directly the insert methods and find all methods. Okay. And Mongo repository is further extending to list CRUD repository. Okay. And you can notice all these part of the Spring framework data. Okay. So all this belongs to the Spring data. Okay. And list CRUD repository, what it is having directly save all and find all methods, and it is further extending to CRUD repository. Okay. Which is again part of Spring framework data. Okay. So all these layers are responsible directly to talk to the database, simplifying developers' life. So you need not to write the entire internal JDBC logic to connect explicitly to the database and do the stuffs. Rather, these layers are taking care of many such stuffs for the developers. So inside CRUD repository, you can see many database operational methods are written. Okay. And which is further extending to repository. So inside repository, this is the interface finally talking to the database layer. All right. So let me just close it. All these classes. All right. So now we are back to book repository, which we are writing for our project. So default methods, whatever are given by Mongo repository or list CRUD repository or CRUD repository, you can directly use them as it is. If you don't want to have a specific method, just call those method as it is. Okay. So in this demonstration, I will show you both the stuffs. I will be writing some custom methods here. Okay. And I will also be using some already given methods. So both examples we will be covering in this session. All right. So stay tuned, watch the session till the end so that you are not missing upon on any of the core concepts. One more thing I would like to say, there are many other Spring Boot sessions available on the channel. Details are getting displayed on the screen right now, wherein I have used database as MySQL and explained all those things in detail. If you are looking for MySQL database connectivity, you can very well go ahead, watch those sessions. All right. So let us come back to book repository, and herein, first of all, I will be writing a simple method called find by book ID, because it is the specific one. It's the custom one. I am having find all methods, find methods, but specifically find by book ID is not available because it is a specific need. So I will be building a custom method for that. All right. What I'll be doing, I'll be writing that method here itself. So find by book ID, what am I expecting that method should return? The book entity, obviously, because I am fetching for books. And then I will say find book by book ID. All right. And in this, I should give the book ID what I am looking for. Okay. So this is the method, and specifically I should write a query parameter here because that is how it will work. Query. Okay. And in this query, this is the specific mechanism. You should be writing the query like this. Okay. And inside this, in the curly braces, you will be writing book ID. The name you should be giving as it is. Okay. And question mark 0. Question mark 0 indicates the first parameter. Okay. Closing curly braces, single quote should be given here. All right. This book ID is the entity field which we are storing in the database, and this question mark 0 is the first parameter of the method argument. Okay, so what method I am writing? Find book by book ID, and in the query annotation I am writing the field name and then question mark 0, that means first parameter of this. All right, that's how you should be defining. Okay, so one custom method I have given as find book by book ID. If I want to query get all, that means find all books. So find all, as we have seen, is already available, so I am not going to write that. Okay, another custom method I should be writing that I want to update my book basis on the certain field, a particular field in the book I would like to update, right? So this kind of requirement if I have, what will I do? I will write a custom update method. Okay, so for custom update method, what will I do? I will just say update. Let's say I want to update book name by book ID. Okay, this is my need, this is my requirement, and for that I should be giving book ID as well as book name, right? So I will give book ID. Okay, and then I will give book name here. Okay, so find basis on the book ID and what to update? Name of that particular book. All right, so for that I have two requirements. I need to query and then I need to update. So what do? I will just say query, right? Same way I'll be writing the query, or I will show you one more method. I will just say value. Okay, and in double quotes, opening and closing curly braces, and then in the single quote you should write book ID. Okay, single quote close, and then colon, then opening and closing curly braces, and inside this the condition. How will I write the condition here? I will say $eq colon question mark 0. All right, so this is one more way to query. Okay, so I have showed you both the ways. You can use whichever you want. Okay, let me give a proper spacing so that it is more readable. All right, and then the update query. So basis on the query, we have found the book. Now I need to update a particular field. How do I do that? I have update annotation, and in this annotation I should give pipeline. So this is how you should be giving it: opening and closing curly braces, and inside that double quotes. Inside double quotes you should write opening and closing curly braces again, and then inside single quote you should say $set. Okay, and then colon, and then one more curly braces, and inside that in the single quote you should write the field name which you want to update. So book entity field name is name, so that is where I have given name colon $1. So right, so that's how you should be writing. And what is my $1? $1 is the first parameter, right, of method argument, and $0 is this parameter. Okay, so 0th parameter and first parameter. Okay, that's how you should be writing. Let me remove this extra line. Okay, so this is one more custom method I have written. Okay, because for update you must have noticed there is no direct method is provided, so I will have to write a custom method. So one example I will be showing you: update book name by book ID. So basis on the book ID I'll be updating the book name, and this is how you should be writing for Mongo. Okay, now for delete, if I want to delete all the books, one shot method is given. Okay, if I want to delete book by particular book ID, I should be writing a custom method. I can delete book by book name, book ID, anything you want. I will be just showing you how to delete a book by book ID. Okay, so for that what I will be doing, I will be just saying void delete book by book ID. Okay, and here I should be writing book ID. All right, and here I should be writing the annotation delete query. Fine. The moment you will give delete query annotation, it will pick up this ID. Whatever method argument you will be giving, it will be picking that ID and will fetch and delete that particular book. All right. So these three custom methods we have created. Other than these three custom methods, we will also be using some of the given inbuilt methods by Mongo repository or CRUD repositories, find all or insert kind of methods. All right. So we have built database or repository layer. Now the next step is we will be building the service layer wherein all the business logic would go in. All right. So let us create the service layer. I will just say new Java class. Okay. And first I will be creating a service interface and then its implementation. Okay. So that's how it structurally works. So I will just say service dot book service. Okay, and I will select interface. This has to be interface. All right. So book service interface is created. Now I will start writing all the methods, all the CRUD methods here, for which we will be writing implementation. All right. So first I will write the getBook method, public, and what the getBook method should return, it should return book data transfer object. Okay, so let me just import it and I will call it as get book, and it should have one argument as a string book ID. All right, so this is one method signature which I would need. Another one is public list of book DTO. Okay, and what it should be, get all books, because these are the methods which we created in our controller layer. So same method service implementation we would write, and then we will restructure our controller layer. All right, so I will import list interface. Okay, then the next method is create book. So I will call it as public. What it should return, the book DTO, whatever book we are creating, its DTO object we will be returning, and the method name will remain create book. What it should accept, in REST API we are getting book DTO, right? So I will call it as book DTO. Okay. Similarly, I will write the signatures for update method. So updated book DTO I will be returning. So it should return book DTO update book. Okay. And in repository, let us check what update we have written. Update book name by book ID. Okay. So similar kind of name let us give here. Update book name. Okay. And inside this we will write book DTO. Okay, because this is what we are getting from the REST API. Okay, and one more we will be writing, that is delete. So after deleting we don't get anything actually. So after deleting we don't get anything back from the repository. We can check here void. Okay, so I will just say void delete. What we have done, we said delete book by book ID. So similar kind of name we should give here, delete book by book ID. All right, and we should write book ID here. Okay, so I'll just save this interface. And since we have written interface, we should be writing its implementation also. Where should we do the implementation for this? Inside service folder, I will just say Java class, and I will say impl, which is the indication of implementation folder. And then I will say book service impl. All right. So since it is implementation of book service interface, so it should say implements book service. All right. So since we are saying it should implement book service interface, and book service interface has 5 methods, none of them are implemented yet. That is where it is giving me the error here. All right. So I will quickly say implement methods just to get rid of from the errors. So we have got all the default implementation here in place, and we will do the necessary changes here. Before that, let me just wire book repository. Okay. Because book repository is the one which is talking to the database, and in service layer we will be implementing all the logic to talk to the database and return the things to the controller layer. So that is the reason book repository should be wired here. I will just call it as public book service simple. Basically I am writing the constructor for this, and in that I am passing book repository. All right. So this dot book repository is equal to book repository. All right. So now book repository is wired here in book service impl, and I'll be able to now use it. Okay. So let us first implement get book. Okay. And from where we will be fetching the data from the book repository, and we want to find get book basis on the book ID. So if you remember, we have implemented find book by book ID custom method here. So this is what we will be calling here in our service implementation. All right. And what this method will return, it will return the book entity, but I am supposed to return book DTO, so I should be doing the conversion also here. All right. So first of all, let us get the book. Okay. With the help of book repository. So find book by book ID, and here in what book ID I'll be passing? I'll be passing this book ID. Okay. Let me just import the book. Okay. So we are able to get the book basis on the given book ID. Okay. Now the next step is we will be converting this to book DTO. Okay. So I will just say book DTO is equal to, we have created book mapper. Okay. So I will just call book mapper dot to DTO, and inside this I will be passing the book entity which we are able to fetch from the database, and this book DTO we should be returning. All right. So we have implemented our get book method. Now the next step is get all books. So get all books, we have not implemented any custom methods. Why? Because find all is already available. See? Okay. So inside get all books, what I'll be doing, I'll be just calling find all and converting it to book DTO list, and will be returning. All right. So first of all, I should have list of books. Okay. We will call book repository dot find all. Okay. So whatever number of books are available, it will return all the books. Okay. And let us now convert it to book DTO. For that, I will just say list of book DTO. Okay. Book DTO list I will be creating, and I will just say new array list. Okay. Now to this book DTO list, I will iterate this books, number of books, whatever we have got from book repository, and we should be adding all those converted books to book DTO list. All right. So I will just say for each. Okay. Books. Okay. And inside this, I will be simply calling my mapper and will be adding it to book DTO list. So I will just say book DTO list dot add, and inside this I will call book mapper dot to DTO, and here I will pass book. Okay. So this book will be passed here, and we will be getting the converted DTO, and which will be added to the book DTO list. Okay, so finally when my book DTO list is ready, that will be returned here. Okay, so by this way we will be able to fetch all the books and return it via REST API. All right, the next method is create book. For create book also we have not created any custom method. We will be simply calling insert method, okay, which is already given. So insert method we will be calling, and that returns the entity. Okay, so I will just say book is equal to book repository, okay, dot insert, and herein I can simply pass the entity. So since I have DTO, so I should convert and send the entity to the database. Okay, so how will I do that? I will just say book mapper dot to entity, and here I will say book DTO. Okay, so what is happening here? Book mapper dot to entity will convert book DTO to book, and that will be inserted in the book repository, and after successful inserting the record, book repository will return the book here. Okay, and now we should be returning the converted DTO back. All right, so I can directly call book mapper dot to DTO book. All right, whatever book we are receiving here, we are converting it to DTO and sending back. Okay, so my create method is implemented. So let us write update book name. Okay, so for update book name, if you remember, we have created a custom method here, update book name by book ID. So we will be calling this. Okay, so what we'll be doing, we will call book repository dot update book name by book ID. Okay, inside this we will call book DTO dot book ID. Okay, that should be my first parameter, and second parameter is book DTO dot name. Okay, so update book name by book ID expects two parameters. One is ID, one is book DTO dot book ID, I mean book ID, and another one is the book name. All right, so what it will do, it will update, and since update doesn't return anything, but if I want to return the complete DTO, so I need to fetch it back and send that DTO, so that the confirmation can be done whether book is really updated or not. All right, so for that what I will do, I will create a book entity, and what I'll do, I'll simply call book repository dot find book by book ID. So with this, what we have done, with this book ID we have updated the book, and I will again fetch with that book ID so that I can get a confirmation whether book is successfully updated or not. All right, now we should return this entity converted to DTO. All right, so what I will be doing, book mapper dot to DTO, and then I'll pass book. Okay, so this update method is also done, and now next step is, let us write delete book by book ID. Okay, so for delete book by book ID, I just need to call the delete custom method which we have created. What we have done, we have created delete book by book ID, and we will pass book ID as a parameter. Okay, so I'll be implementing it here. We'll just call book repository dot delete book by book ID, and we'll pass the book ID here. All right, so since it is returning void, no need to return anything. Okay, so all 5 methods are ready at the service layer. Now the next step is to modify our controller layer so that it can actually work with these methods, talk to database, return the real database responses to the end user. All right, so now let us open our book controller. Okay, so in this book controller, First of all, what we'll be doing, we will be wiring the service, because with the help of service, it is able to communicate with the database, get back all the logical responses. All right. So I will just say book service. Okay. And we'll create book controller constructor. And herein we'll pass book service, and inside this dot book service is equal to book service. All right. So we have successfully wired book service here in the book controller. Okay. Now the next step is, let us modify our getBook method. So for that, what I'll be doing, I'll be calling the book service getBook method. Okay. And what does it return? It will return book DTO. So I will take it in the book DTO is equal to book service dot get book ID, the first method. All right. And herein I will pass the book ID, whatever I am getting from the get mapping here. Okay. And what we should do, we should return this book DTO here instead of a string response. Fine. The moment I did that, it is showing me an error, required a string, but I am providing book DTO. This is because of this. So in the return response entity data type, I should also change string to book DTO. All right. So now this book ID get mapping should be working fine. Okay. We'll test all these things in a while. Let us first do the necessary changes here. All right. Now let us modify our get all books. So it should return book DTO. So instead of a string, I will call it as book DTO here. Okay. And I will now remove this mocked response. And what will I do? I will just call book service get all method. What does it return? It will return list of book DTO. Okay. Book DTO list is equal to book service dot get all books. Okay. Just now we have written all these things. Now we should pass this book DTO list to return data type. Okay. So book DTO list instead of the mocked one. Okay. And we'll save it. So our get all books is also ready. Okay. Now the next step is we will do the changes for create books. Okay. So now for create books, what we'll do, it returns book DTO. So I will just say book DTO is equal to book service dot create book. Okay. And herein it will be expecting a book DTO. Okay. So ideally we should receive book DTO from the request, not this one, book DTO. Okay. And what change I should do here? I should be actually receiving book DTO in create books method. How do we do that? Let us do the changes for that. So I will receive book DTO here. Okay. And from where that book DTO will travel from the request, it should come in request body. Okay. So from request body, book DTO will be received. Let us change this return variable name from book DTO to, let's say, book DTO 1. Okay. So this book DTO will be passed to create book method of book service. After successful creation of the book, this create book method will return a book DTO, which we are capturing in book DTO 1, or let's say book DTO 1. And then this book DTO 1 should be returned here, which indicates this book is created successfully. All right. And here also the return data type should be book DTO. Okay. So I hope this part is also clear. With the help of create books method, we should be able to successfully create books in the database. Okay. We'll test all these things in a while. Let us just do the necessary changes and we will do all the testings one by one. All right. Now the next step is put mapping. So for put mapping also we should be calling our book service, okay, dot update book name, and in that it is expecting the complete book DTO. So we should be passing book DTO, okay, and from where this book DTO should come, it should come from here, like we were getting in create books, okay. So I will say book DTO, okay, and from where this book DTO should travel, it should come from request body. All right, so same things. And since this update book name is returning book DTO, so we should receive it in the book DTO, okay. Book DTO 1, let's say, okay, and this is something which we should be returning in the response entity. Change the data type here as well, okay. So now my put mapping update book is ready. So this is update book name basis on the book ID. All right. And now the last method is delete mapping. So we will do the changes here also. So how do we delete? We will just simply call book service dot delete book by book ID. Okay. And the book ID is coming from the path variable book ID. All right. This one is coming here. And we can return a simple response, book deleted successfully, and we can print the book ID. If you want to put in more logic, you can try finding the book and then say book deleted successfully, up to you. Okay, so in this demonstration I'm doing it till here only. I'm just deleting the book and printing a successful response, sending a successful response back to the end user. All right, so with this my controller layer is also modified, ready. Let me just remove the unused imports. Okay, so my controller layer is ready. Now let us bring up the application and see if things are coming up successfully or not. So let me just click on this and let us check the logs, what all we are getting. So it's giving me some error. So let us try to do a little debugging. Okay. Oh, so it's giving me, okay, good, that debugging is also getting covered in this session. So what it is telling me, book control required a bean of type book service that could not be found. But you must be thinking we have created book service, right? So let us see book service simple. Yeah, so that is the issue. What we have done, we have not annotated our service layer with service annotation, and that is something essential to do, because without this service annotation it won't detect it as service and will not be able to wire this bean successfully. All right, so now let us again try to bring up the application and see what happens. So this time my application is successfully up and running. It is saying Tomcat started at port 8080, started bookstore application, Mongo client is also fine, container is healthy. All right, so everything looks good. So now let us try to test our application. All right, how do we test the application? With the help of Postman. Okay, so here is a Postman. Let us try to do get all. Okay, so localhost :8080 bookstore and method as get and send. What am I getting here? You can see empty bracket because we have not yet created any data in the database. Okay, now let us try to create something. Okay, so let me just say post, URL will remain as it is. I will come to the request body, select form as raw and type as JSON here. Many other types are there, but over rest we are talking with the help of JSON data. And herein, in this JSON, what I am supposed to give inside curly braces, all the 5 fields what we have created in our entity. Okay, so what all we have created, let us just check. So in book DTO, book ID, name, price, author and description, and all 5 fields are string fields. Alright, so let us try to create data for this. Okay. So I will say in book ID colon a string. So B1 is the book ID, comma, in double quotes, name. So I am supposed to give a book name here. Let's say Java. Okay. Then another field is price, author and then description. Okay. So I will give price. So let's say book price is 1500. Okay. And then author, Bert Bates. Okay. And description, let's say I will say it's an excellent book. Okay. So this is the data I have created. Let me just copy this data. Okay. And I will just say send. I am getting the same book response back. That means this book is successfully created. Let me create one more book. I will call that book as B2. Name MongoDB. Okay. Price 1000. Author, probably I'm just writing publication here, O'Reilly, and excellent book for NoSQL DB. Okay. So this is another new data I'm passing and I will just say send. So I'm getting this same book response back. That means this book is successfully created, and here you can see the HTTP response is 200. Okay, fine. Now let us query it with the help of getAll. Okay, so I will just change the method here as get and will say send. Now what I am getting in response, earlier if you remember we were getting empty brackets. This time I am getting 200. Okay, and inside the bracket book ID B1 and then book ID B2. Fine, cool. Now let us test our update. Okay, so what we have done, before that let us query it basis on a specific book ID. Let's say I'm querying B1. Okay, get bookstore B1, send. I'm able to get book B1 detail specifically. So what we have done, we have tested 3 methods: create books, get all books and get. Okay, now next we will check our update method. Okay, so let me try to update this book B1. Okay, and name updates we can do. So I will just take this as my request body. Okay, and in the name, instead of Java I will write Java Black Book. Okay, so I'm just updating name from Java to Java Black Book. So below you can see earlier it was B1 Java, and after updation we should be able to get B1 Java Black Book. Okay, let me just change the method here to put. Okay, in the request URI of put, let us check what we have given. Update book and it's /. That's it. Okay, so here in Postman we will give method as put, and we will remove this B1 from here, and here in the request body we are giving the updated field name. Okay, Java Black Book. I will hit send. Here now in the response you can notice what we are getting: book ID as B1 and name as Java Black Book. That means this book name is updated. Okay, so I will again try to do a get for this also so that I can be doubly sure. So I will just say bookstore B1 send. What am I getting? B1 Java Black Book. Cool. We have just now tested update also. And the last method to test is delete. Okay. So let us check delete request URI. So delete book and delete mapping is / then book ID. So basis on the book ID, it should be able to delete the book. Okay. So in the Postman, I will change the method to delete, and here let us delete book B1 this time. Okay. So I should say send. So what am I getting? Book deleted successfully. Okay. And after that it is printing book ID also, B1. Now let us try to get this book. Let us see whether we are able to get this or not. So I have changed the method to get and bookstore B1 sent. So this time some error I am getting because it's not able to fetch the book in the database. And as of now in our project, we have not done the exception handling. So I am getting the direct internal server error. Okay. In the subsequent videos, I'll be covering exception handling with the Spring Boot 3.4 and with MongoDB. So therein you should be able to get a proper error response, a user-friendly message here, not this one. Okay. Fine. So let us do a get all again. This time I should be able to get only one book. Okay. So I have removed book B1 here. I will just say get bookstore send. I'm able to get only one book, which is B2. Okay. Now, if you want to check all these things in the database, although whatever responses I am getting here, if this data is not saved, I am not able to get it every time. But still, if you have a question in mind that you would like to see the database also, so what you can do, I will just tell you very quickly about MongoDB Compass. MongoDB Compass is the GUI dashboard for MongoDB, therein you can see all the data, whatever you are playing with in the MongoDB. All right. Okay. So I will just open MongoDB Compass, which is installed at my machine. If you would like to install, I will quickly show you the website. So herein you can type MongoDB Compass. Okay. And download now. So come to MongoDB Compass UI, and herein you can select your machine. Okay. So Mongo for a Mac OS ARM64 or 64-bit. So this is for latest Mac M1, and this one is for older ones in which you have Intel chips. And for Windows machine, these are the options which are given. So depending upon your machine, you can choose the platform and package and download. Just execute, it gets installed very smoothly at your system. All right. Since I have already installed MongoDB Compass at my system, I will quickly open it to show you. So here is the MongoDB Compass GUI. Okay. So for creating connection, what all you need to do, you can give any name here. Let's say bookstore app. Okay. And the connection string here 2020 in the authentication, username root. You can give the password and then authentication database as admin. Okay. Save and connect. Okay. It is connected. Inside my database, you can see the book entity is created with B2 MongoDB. See B2 MongoDB price and description, author, everything you are able to see here properly. Okay. Let us create one more entity via Postman and see whether it is coming here or not. So in the Postman, I will just say post. Okay. Here book ID. Since we have already deleted B1, so I will just give B3. Okay. I will say Java good book. Okay. Price 500. Bird Baits, let it be, and excellent book. Okay. So with B3, I am going to create another book. I will say send. Okay. Book is successfully created, and I will now say get all. So I am able to see two books, B2 and B3. Now let us check whether we are able to see these two books in MongoDB Compass or not. So here in MongoDB Compass, so I will just say refresh. and I am able to see now B2 as well as B3 here. Okay. So your data is successfully saved in MongoDB. So we have tested this also. Let me know in the comment section if you would like me to do a complete session on MongoDB dedicatedly. Okay.
Great. You have finished the first chapter successfully. Now let us start with the second chapter, wherein you will be connecting MongoDB Compass with Docker container and will be able to see all the data which you have stored till now.
We will download and install MongoDB at our local machine. Alright, how do we do that? We will just say download MongoDB. Okay. So we'll hit the first link, MongoDB community server download. Okay. So there are two mechanisms to download this. One is brew installed and another one is to download the package. And you can notice it is suggesting me the platform as Mac OS because my machine is Mac machine. So it is suggesting me that. So it's intelligent enough to do that. Otherwise you can select whichever operating system you would want from the drop down here. Alright. So currently I will proceed with the Mac OS and with the second method of installation. So package TGZ, that is the default one it is suggesting, and I will hit download. The moment I will say download, it will download this TGZ file at my machine. So you can see MongoDB macOS ARM64 8.0.4.tgz. So I can simply extract this here and will bring up and show you. Okay. So we'll just extract it. So here is the extracted folder. Let us go inside and see what all we are getting. We are getting some readmes, license, all those information. So main thing is, let us go inside bin folder and we are getting three things here: install Compass, MongoD and MongoS. Okay. So from here, I will bring up this process called MongoD. Okay. What is MongoD? It is a primary daemon process for MongoDB system and it handles MongoDB data request. It manages the data access and performs background management operations. Okay. So basically this is the core process of MongoDB. Okay. So let us bring up this MongoD process. Okay. And let us see what happens. So I have opened the terminal window. From here, I'll bring up the MongoD process. Okay, so let me go inside the folder where we have downloaded Mongo. Okay, let me see what is here. So let us change the directory and all right. Okay, let me just maximize it a little. So here inside this, let us go inside bin and inside this we can see all three files. I will just do ls-lrt to get more clarity. So this is the MongoD process which we want to bring up. Alright, so let me just clear the screen. Now again do ls here. Okay, and now what will I do? I will bring up my MongoD process. Okay, so what do? I will just say MongoD. Okay, and since it's a data management process, it will handle all the data requests. So it should know where the data exists or where it should create the data. So for that, what do? I will just say --db path, and here I should mention the database path. Okay. So what do? I will just create the database path here. Okay. So I will first explain you where I am going to create my database for MongoDB, because that path explicitly I need to mention. Okay. So I will come out from bin and this MongoDB folder, and here I will create a database MongoDB folder. This name essentially you can give any name. Okay, and this is the path I am going to use for creating my database. Okay, so now here what do? I will just say first of all, let us see where are we. Okay, here in my MongoD process is available. So what do? I will just say MongoD. Okay, --db path, and here I should give the complete path. Okay, so in my case, what I have done, 2 folder up, because currently I am in bin. Okay, So I'll come outside my MongoDB folder, and here I have created one database MongoDB folder. Okay. So database MongoDB, then DB. Okay. So let us hit enter and see what happens. Okay. It is telling me the DB exception, database MongoDB not found. Okay. So DB directory is not yet created. So let us go ahead and create it. Okay. Now let's try again the same thing and see what happens. So MongoDB DB path and the complete path. Okay. Hit enter. The MongoDB is up. Okay. You can come up and see all the logs, everything. Okay. So MongoDB is up and running, and here in the DB directory, let us go inside and see. It has created whatever database related files it needs. Alright. So I'll just show you the Windows installer. Okay. If you are using Windows machine or any other operating system you are using, you can see in the drop down many operating systems are available. So for Windows machine this, and by default it will give you MSI package and zip. So you can go ahead with zip, download, and in the similar manner you can bring up the MongoDB at your machine. Alright. So now let us see how can we download and install MongoDB Compass. Okay. MongoDB Compass download. We'll hit the first link, MongoDB Compass download GUI. So what is MongoDB Compass? It is the GUI or management dashboard for Mongo database. Okay. So MongoDB Compass download GUI will come down. Okay. So at the time of recording, stable version is 1.45.2. So we'll take that only. My machine is Mac operating system. Whichever machine you are using, it is giving you the installers and zip folders for that. Okay. So in my case, I will choose MongoDB and package as DMG. Okay. I will say download. It has downloaded this DMG package for MongoDB Compass at my machine. Okay. I'll just open and you can see this DMG file is here. Fine. Now I will just double click and I will just say MongoDB Compass from here to application. Okay. I'm getting an error currently because MongoDB Compass is already existing at my machine. So it's asking me whether I want to keep both or replace or what action I would want. So I would like to stop this because I have already installed. I don't want to reinstall it. But this is how it's so simple. This is how you can install it at your Mac operating system. Alright. Now, if you are using Windows machine, what you can see, you can have Windows installer, that is MSI or zip if you would like to have zip. Download. Okay. It's getting downloaded. And here in the similar way, if I will execute MSI or Windows installer at my machine right now, it won't work. You can just double click and follow the instruction and install MongoDB Compass at your Windows machine. You just need to follow the instructions, nothing much. Alright. So next step, let us open MongoDB Compass and see. So I have opened MongoDB Compass now, and let us try connecting it with the Mongo database which we have just bring up. By default, MongoDB uses the port 27017. Okay. Let us try establishing the connection from MongoDB Compass to MongoDB default port. Okay. So for that, I will just say add new connection. In that, by default, you can see it is showing the URI MongoDB ://localhost 27017. So if you are using the same port, that means the default port, you need not to do any other change. You can just connect. Okay. So I will just say connected. And you can see here localhost 27017 and it is connected. I will double click on this and I am able to see the default databases. And this GUI dashboard is very powerful. It will give you the option to create database from here itself. Okay, so let us try creating one database here. I will just say testdb. Okay, so database name we have given as testdb, and next is the collection names. So in MongoDB, table is called as collection actually. So here in the collection name, you can give any table name or whichever you would like to create. So let's say I will just say test table 1. Okay, and we'll go ahead and say create database. All right, so you can see as soon as I said create database, it has created testdb database, and inside that test table 1 collection. And herein you can now see a lot of options are coming. You can add data directly from here. Okay, you can import data also. If you have already MongoDB collection existing with you, you can directly import that collection here. Okay, then you can update, delete and export data also from here. Or if you are doing any changes or anything from the application, you can just refresh and see. So let us just try adding one data. Okay, and here also you are getting see import JSON or CSV file. So this is how you can import the entire collection here directly. Okay, so I will just say insert document. Okay, and here let's say I will say name, simple data we will add. Okay, and name 1, it's a JSON file, so I will just make it key value pair separated by comma. Description. Okay, and in the description 1. All right, so it's giving me some error because I forgot to put a comma here. All right, so now my document is fine. So in MongoDB, rows are document. So this is just one row of data. I will say insert, and you can see the data is inserted here in my test table 1. Similarly, you can insert more data, update, delete directly from here. All right, so this is just the GUI management dashboard. You can see default indexes is also created on the underscore ID field. Okay, fine. So now the next step, which is mainly related to our project, that is connect this MongoDB Compass with our project. So if you have missed watching the project which we are building using Spring Boot and MongoDB, so go ahead, watch that, because we are building a complete project in that video. So that session will have more subsequent sessions wherein we will be expanding that project. All right, so let me quickly open and bring up the application, and then I will show you how to connect the application with that. All right, so here is the bookstore application which we are building, and further we will be expanding this application. So this application I will just quickly bring up. Okay, so this is the REST API application wherein till now we have implemented all 4 CRUD operations along with get all, and those operations are using database as MongoDB. Okay, so what we have done here is we are using MongoDB database using Docker container. All right, so you can see MongoDB client is up and running, and we'll go little up. You can see container is created and is in healthy state. Okay, I will also show you the Docker Compose file. And here in Docker Compose file, you can see the MongoDB details are mentioned. Okay, so what we are doing, when my application will come up, it will look for MongoDB latest image from Docker. So for that, your Docker should also be up and running. Okay, so I will show you my Docker dashboard. So here is my Docker dashboard. Okay, and you can see bookstore application which we have just now bring up, and here in MongoDB 1. and herein you can see the logs and some related stats information in the Docker. So my Mongo database is up and running here in the Docker container. Okay. And with that, this application is getting connected. Okay. See. And herein you can see MongoDB client details are mentioned. All right. See. Okay. So now in compass.yaml, what we have done, MongoDB image is taken as MongoDB latest. Environment, MongoDB init database is given as my database. Password is mentioned here and username is mentioned here. Okay. And another important thing is ports. Okay. So what we have done, this is the MongoDB default port, which we have just now seen when we brought up MongoDB application at our local machine. Okay. And you can see one more port is mentioned here, that is 27020. So what we are doing here, we are doing a port mapping here. Why? Because this is the default port for MongoDB latest image, which is used in the Docker container internally. But with the internal port, you cannot directly connect or interact. Okay. So for that, there is a port mapping concept. Okay. And what do we do in port mapping? It is a process for exposing an internal port of Docker to a host machine, with the help of which applications can connect and interact with Docker. All right. So this is what we have done here. So for connecting from MongoDB Compass to my application, we will be using this port because this port is designated and mapped to the default port of MongoDB, which is up and running in the Docker container. So let me open MongoDB Compass again. So here is a MongoDB Compass and this is a local connection. So now we will create one more connection, and that connection we will be creating with our applications MongoDB. That means the MongoDB which is running as a Docker container. So I will just hit on the plus sign here for adding a new connection. Okay. And here I can give any name to the connection if I want. Okay. So let me say Spring Boot MongoDB Bookstore. App. Okay. If you want to give any specific color, up to you. Let me give it as yellow, or yellow is already there. Let me give it as green. Okay. So advanced connection options. Herein to the host, which is default map to 27017, I will change this port to 27020. Okay. Let us come back to the application compose.yaml 27020. Okay. 27020. All right. And then I will come to authentication, because in our compose.yaml, database name, password and root, username, it is given, right? So here we are supposed to give those details in MongoDB connection, MongoDB Compass connection. Okay. So username is root, password is given in our compose.yaml file. Okay. And let us save and connect. Fine. So you can see my Spring Boot MongoDB Bookstore app is connected, and along with admin config local databases, which comes by default, as we have seen, there is one more database which is my database, and here in compose.yaml you can see my database is given. All right. So here my database is given, and in that you can see one table book is already there, because in our last session we have created this entity, and or in MongoDB term, we have created this collection and we have filled in some data here. All that filled data is shown here. Now here in aggregations, you can come and see detailing. Indexes, you can see by default it is creating. Okay, so I would highly recommend you go ahead, watch the session because going forward we will be expanding that project. Okay, also I would like to tell you that I have created a Git repository for this project on this GitHub. So on the GitHub you can check Think Constructive repositories, and therein you can find out this project, whatever we have done till now, right? So here you can see the complete source code of this project is available, whatever we have done till now, and we will be further expanding this project, and then I will be further adding the project code here itself. So I have written the GitHub link in the project session, and here in this session's description also I have captured this link. So go ahead and make use of this project link. So wherever you find any difficulties or anything, you can go back and check the project code from here itself.
Fantastic! You have finished the second chapter also. Now let us start with the third chapter, wherein you will be learning the securing REST API with the Spring Security. So we'll start with the Spring Security explanation, and then we'll further be applying that in the application.
Have you ever imagined that you have built an amazing Spring Boot application, but you have not secured it? What will happen the moment you will deploy it? Anyone can access any amount of data from your application, or they can insert, update or delete anything from your application. There is no control over it. So how to control that? Your application has to be secured in many sense. That means your application has to be authenticated as well as authorized. If someone is accessing your application, user has to be authenticated first. That means the user is allowed to log in. User is allowed to access your application first of all. And when the user is allowed to access the application, what kind of stuff he or she can access? Whether he is allowed to see or access all the data of your application, or the person is allowed to see only a limited amount of data from the application. Similarly, whether user is allowed to insert or record any data in your application or not. So such kind of controls are called authorization. First of all, user should be verified, and once the user is verified, what user can do and what user cannot do in your application. Such kind of stuffs are extremely important in any of the application. Here we are talking in terms of Java Spring Boot application, but such things are essential for any application developed in any programming language using any framework. Alright, so here we will be discussing it in terms of Java Spring Boot application. And to securing your Java Spring Boot application, what is the way out we have? What is the method we have? We have the Spring Security in place. Alright, so Spring team has given us the Spring Security, which is an extremely powerful authentication and authorization framework, and it gets integrated seamlessly in your Spring Boot application. So make developers' life easy and secure your applications also. Alright, so here are some key features which I am displaying on the screen for your ready reference. So I'll just quickly read out the Spring Security key features for you. So it is the de facto standard for securing Spring Boot applications, or rather Spring based applications. It provides a powerful support for authentication and authorization. It provides protection against session fixation, clickjacking, cross-site request, forgery, etc. And it provides servlet API integration. And there are many more. I have just displayed some of the key points here. Alright, I hope now you understand why securing your applications are very important and how does Spring Security help here. Now let us quickly start with the Spring Security demonstration. So I will start with the internal call flows of the Spring Security because those are very important to understand, and that will be followed by the detailed demonstration. All right. So here is the high level diagram. Let us first understand when a normal GET request comes, what happens. Let us say HTTP GET request is coming here. Okay. It will reach to a servlet engine. Okay. So this dark gray box, this is the servlet engine, and for the time being just ignore this filter layering. Okay, I'll come back to that. Let us first understand what happens when a normal GET request reaches to servlet engine. It will be taken care by front controller, which is in the Spring world dispatcher servlet. So all the requests will come to dispatcher servlet, and it is a typical design pattern that is called as front controller, which comes into picture here. So the GET request reaches here to the front controller, and front controller will dispatch the request to the controller. Controller will do all the necessary processing for the request. Let's say in case of GET, it will go ahead, fetch the data and return the data back to the dispatcher servlet. Dispatcher servlet will return response back. In terms of HTTP response, it will go back to the client. All right. So this is the very high level overview what happens when a GET request reaches to the servlet engine. Now there is something else which is called as filter chain. Okay, so this blue box you can see, this is the filter chain, and there are many filters, n number of filters are available here. What these filters will do? These filters will do the job of pre-processing and post-processing kind of stuffs. That means before reaching to the front controller, if there is anything else which needs to be done in the GET request, that will be done here at the filter level. Okay, and when the response comes back, that response, if any post processing is needed, that will be done here at the filter level in the response. All right. So now here let us talk about our security filter. So obviously if any GET request is coming from some user XYZ, before reaching that request to the actual controller, right, we would want that request to be checked whether that request is authenticated or not, whether that request is authorized or not. So that part is also taken care at the filter level, right? So for that, Spring Security has given us this delegating filter proxy, and inside that filter chain proxy you can notice here. This filter chain proxy is encapsulated inside delegating filter proxy, and this will delegate the request further to the security filter chain here. You can see a number of security filters I have written here. So then what happens? So this request before reaching to front controller is delegated to security filter chain. And now what this security filter chain will do? It will do the necessary security stuffs on the request. So in our example, it will authenticate the user. Let's say it will check the username and password. If he has not given anything, response will go back to the end user or to the client that they should be providing the username and password. Okay, now the username and password is reached here. Now their username and password will be authenticated. If that is verified, validated, now the next step is to check whether that particular user is allowed to access that GET resource or not. Alright, if it is allowed, then the remaining controller processing will take place. Okay, this is the very high level overview how the Spring Security intercepts and pre-process all the requests before reaching to the front controller or dispatcher servlet. Okay, I will show you one more diagram, but that detailing I will do in my subsequent sessions, because everything if I will tell you right now, it will be little difficult to connect. All right. So we discussed till here security filter chain. So if Spring Security is applied, request will reach to security filter chain, and what this security filter chain will do, it will further talk to authentication manager, okay, which is an interface, and there are different provider managers. One of the provider manager is JWT Authentication provider, which is typically responsible to talk to the database. Okay. And there are many other providers. You can write your own providers also. Once the complete authentication is done, the details will be set into security context holder, which will have authentication object, and the essential components are principal, authorities, and credentials. Alright, so once the complete authentication and authorization is done, security context holder is set and accordingly the response is sent back. Alright, I will keep coming back to this diagram once we will start our implementation. So first I will show you how the basic authentication can be implemented with the help of Spring Security, and then the session will be further evolved for the JWT authentication also. Alright, let us quickly start with the demonstration now. So we'll start doing the changes from here from pom.xml. Okay, so our agenda is to secure this online bookstore application. So I would highly recommend you will code along with me. So if you haven't done the project, you can make use of the Git link which I have mentioned in the description box below for this project. You can quickly clone the project and code along with me from here itself. It's up to you. How do you want to do it? Alright, so here is my pom.xml. First I will show you what is there. Okay, so Spring Boot starter parent with version 3.4.1. Alright, so down below Java version 23 we are using, and then you can notice Spring Boot starter data Mongo dependency we are using, Spring Boot starter web dependency we are using, and Spring Boot dev tools we are using as of now. Also Spring Boot Docker Compose we are using. Okay, and then down below there is a test dependency. Okay, so this much we are using as of now. Let us now include Spring Security here and see what happens. Okay, so how do we include Spring Security dependency? Let us go back to the browser window. Here is the browser window. I will quickly take a Spring dependency from Spring Initializr itself. So I will just say Spring Initializr. Okay, and from Spring Initializr, let it be Java, Maven, Spring 3.4.2. Let other things remain as is. Okay, I will just say add dependencies and I will give Spring Security. Okay, you can see highly customizable authentication and access control framework for Spring application. I will choose that and I will say explore. Okay, I will go down. So here is a Spring Boot starter security dependency and I would like to take its test dependency also. So I will copy this entire block and will remove unwanted stuff. Okay. So here in pom.xml, so below Docker Compose, I will just include the dependency. So you can notice Spring Boot starter test is appearing twice in our pom.xml. So I'll remove one. Okay. So now we have got Spring Boot starter security and security test, both the dependencies. Okay. I will just refresh Maven. Okay. So that it gets what happened. Pom.xml has syntax error. Let me see what mistake I have done. Okay. Got it. So this is also copied by mistake. So let us remove. Okay, so let us save this. After fixing this issue, let us do a Maven refresh. Okay, so I will go to tools window and will say Maven. Okay, where is that? Yeah, and I will just say Maven refresh. Okay, Maven refresh is done. That means it has downloaded the required security libraries. All right, so now let us go ahead and test the application. Oh, before that I should start the application. All right. So I've started my application and let us see if everything is fine. So here in the console log, you can see started bookstore application at port 8080. Okay. I will come back here and will explain you some more stuff. But before that, let us test it. Let us see what changes are there now. So here is a browser window, and here I will simply say local host 8080 and then this bookstore. Okay, and then slash. Let me just hit enter and see. If you remember, earlier we were able to see whatever books are available in the bookstore the moment we hit this URL. But now this time it is showing me login and password window. That means security is enabled in our application. Although we have just included the libraries, we have not given any username and password. So you must be thinking, what should we enter here? So by default, Spring Security provides you the login with the default username as user, okay, and the password we should be taking from here in the console. So auto generated password, okay, using generated security password, right? So what happens the moment we enabled Spring Security? You can see some changes in the log, user detail service auto configuration, okay, and then you are getting a security password which is auto generated by Spring Security. And also there is a message, this generated password is for development use only. Okay, so that means in the production application, obviously you'll not be every time going to console getting some generated password and inputting that. No, not that one. But yeah, for building the basics and understanding the complete stuff, we should understand all these things, and then we'll go ahead and build up and expand the application so that it can be deployed to the production. All right, and down below you can also see here in the log, initialize user details manager configurer, global authentication manager configured with user details service bean with name in memory user details manager. That means in memory user details manager is holding this auto generated password with the default username as user. So let me just copy this password, okay, and we'll come back here, we'll paste the password and see whether we are now allowed to sign in or not. Okay, and you can also see the URL change here. Okay, let me hit sign in. I'll not save it, and you can see now we are able to get the data. So currently in my database we have got two books, B2 and B3. All right, now let us log out from this and see whether we are able to find out the book B2 specifically or not. All right, so how to log out, how to do a logout. So now try logging out and try to find out specifically book B2. That is another URL. Okay, so let us log out. Hit log out. Are you sure? Yes. So we have been signed out. Now let us try to hit another URL of our application, that is bookstore. Okay, and here this time I will give B2 because specifically I want to see whether I can find out only book B2 or not. I'll just hit enter. See, again it is asking for username and password. Let me just give username as user and password. I hope it is copied still. I will just try to sign in. All right, so now what is it giving? It is giving me specifically the details for book B2. That means I am able to access all the exposed URLs with the help of this username and password. All right, so let us now log out from here also. Yes, I would like to log out. All right. So now we understand that by default Spring Security will provide us the username and some auto-generated password, and with that we are able to secure the application. But now the suggested thing, you can use these things for the basic testing purpose in your development environment, but for production it's not suggested. Okay, so now let us bring down the server and see some more stuffs. Okay, now I would like to give a specific username and password. How do I do that? Let us quickly open application.properties, and here in application.properties I am allowed to enter a user and password. Okay, So let us try doing that. I will just say Spring security dot user dot name, all right, is equal to whatever username you would like to give. So let me just give test user, okay, and also I should be writing a password here, okay, although it's not a good practice to write a password in plain text, but for the demo purpose and just to building the basics, let us try doing that, okay. So user dot password, okay, whatever password you would like to give. So let's say pass1 I'm giving, okay. So I have entered a username and password, and let us see whether we get auto generated password or not, or what happens, okay. So let us now bring up the application. So you can see my application is up and running. I'm getting the application started message, Tomcat message, and also I am getting Global Authentication Manager configured with user details service with bean named this. So that means security is still working. It's enabled. There is nothing wrong with the security, but this time I'm not getting auto generated password. That means this thing has overridden the auto generated password default functionality. Okay, so that means this time I should be able to enter or log in with the help of test user and pass1. So let us try doing that. Okay, so we'll come back to browser window. So here is a browser window, and again let us try accessing the URL as bookstore. All right, enter. So it is again asking for username and password. Let us give test user, test user and password as what we have given, pass1, enter. See, I am able to access the details with the test user and pass1 which we have just now entered in our application.properties. That means the in-memory user details object is now containing test user and pass1 as the password. All right, so default generated auto generated username and password are now overwritten with this, but now so I want to have more than one users, okay, not restricted to only test user. Let's say I want to have test user 1 2 3 till 10, and also I want to have admin. How do we do that? I'll just bring down the application, okay, and now in order to do that, first of all, let us comment this. All these things I am explaining you so that the basics are clear and we will further evolve the application. All right. So in order to have multiple users in our application, we should be creating a beans of user details service. Okay. So let us have a configuration for our security. So let me just create a class called security config, and let us have that class inside config package. Okay, so config.securityconfig. Oh, all right. So I'll just hit enter. So here is my public class security config. So first of all, let us annotate this class as a configuration because this is going to hold the configurations related to security, and also let us enable security here. So for that we will be giving enable web security. All right, so these are the two essential annotations we'll be putting. One is to mark it as a configuration class and it's going to hold the Spring security configuration, and also another one is for enabling web security. So now inside this class, what we'll do, we'll create our user details service. All right, so let us create a user details bean. Okay, so I'll create this bean. Okay, and let us annotate this as bean. Okay, and now inside this, what is it expecting? It is expecting me to return the object of user details service. All right, so let us build that object and return that. So what do I want? I want to create multiple users. How do we do that? For that we should be using the user details object. Okay, and let's say I want to say user details 1. Okay, and we'll give the object as user dot with username. Okay, and here inside username, whatever username I would like to give. So let's say I give user 1. Okay, then the password for user 1, pass1. Okay, and then build. Okay, so user details 1 is now created. Let us create one more user. User details 2 is equal to user dot with username. Okay, and here let's say I give user 2. All right, and then the password for user 2. Okay, let's say I give pass2. Okay, and then let us build this. Okay, so we have built 2 user details object. Let me create one more for admin. Okay, user details dot, sorry, for this I will just give the name as admin, and I will just say user dot with username, and here I will give admin. Okay, and now I will give its password admin1. Okay, and we'll build that. All right, so we have created 3 users, and now let us build the user details service object for that. How do we do that? We will just say return new. Since all these things we will be keeping in memory as of now, because currently we are not interacting with the database, I will show you how to do that. But first let us do that in memory things. So I will create the object of in memory user details manager, and herein I will pass all the users which we have just now created. User 1, user 2 and admin. All right, and we'll return that. Okay, so now what we have done, we have created 2 users, 1 admin, in total 3 users, and we have created one in memory user details manager object, and we are returning that. Now let us bring up the application and see what happens. So now my application is up and running, and let us see what is happening here. You can see global authentication manager configured with user details service bean with name user details service. All right. So now let us test this application and see what happens. So we'll go back to browser window. So here is the browser window. Let us first log out this application. I'll just say log out. All right. So now let us start accessing bookstore / enter. It is asking for username and password. So we have given user 1. Okay, and password what we have given? Pass1, I guess. Enter. So password is right, but still it is giving me error. Let us see what is it giving. It's saying given that there is no default password encoder configured, each password must have a password encoding prefix. Either prefix this password with noob or set a default password encoder. All right. So what is happening here? It is restricting me to use the plain text password. But if I would still like to use it, it is asking me to prefix it either with noob or at least specify some password encoder. All right. So good practice is we'll go ahead and specify a password encoder. Let us quickly create a bean for password encoder. So I will say bean Okay, enter. And then I will just say password encoder. Okay, we'll give a name, let's say password encoder, and inside this I will just return the instance of bcrypt password encoder, because this is what we are going to use. So bcrypt password encoder, that's it. You can see bcrypt password encoder is provided by Spring Framework security.crypto.bcrypt password encoder. Alright, so you can go ahead and check this library if you want. Let me just download the sources here. And you can go ahead and see implementation of password encoder that uses a bcrypt strong hashing function. Clients can optionally supply a version, a strength, and secure random instance. The larger strength parameter, more work will have to be done to hash the password, because that will make the password stronger. The default value is 10. If you want, you can provide a bigger number to make it more strong. Alright, so let us come back to security config and provide this password encoder here. Alright, so here in the password method, we will just call this password encoder. Okay, dot encode, and inside this encode we should pass this pass1, which is our password. Alright, similarly we will do the changes here. Password encoder dot encode, and inside this encode we should be passing this. Alright, and then here also password encoder dot encode, and then this admin1 as a password. Alright, so we have encoded the password. Let us save, restart the application and see what happens. So here we can see our application is up and running. Okay, let us go back to browser window and test. So here let us give the bookstore URL. Okay, and now it is redirecting us to the login page. We will give user1 and password as pass1. Alright, sign in. So this time I am able to see the data. Okay, now let us log out and try with another user. Okay, so what is my another user? So let us test it with admin1 and sorry, I think it was admin and password was admin1. Enter. I'm able to get the data, right? Cool. Now let us log out from here. Okay, no issues, no exception. I am able to log in and see the details. Now, next thing, what if I would want really this admin to act as admin, right? That means I would want this admin to see the particular data and this user 1 and user 2 to see some other amount of data. I don't want that whatever data, all data my admin can see, user 1 can also see. No, user 1 has to be restricted, right? User 2 has to be restricted to some extent. They can see only a limited amount of data, whereas admin can see the whole amount of data. Alright, that's how the application should be made. So if I want to apply the role-based access, this terminology is called role-based access, right? Or authorization. How do we do that? Let us see. For that, let us first implement the security filter chain. If you remember the diagram, we have seen so many security filters were there in the security filter chain. Okay, and we are intercepting and we are applying our functionality in between, right? Like we have entered our user details and now these users I want to have the role-based access. how do we do that? For that, let us first do some stuffs in the security filter chain, and for that we will be implementing a security filter chain here. Okay, then only we can go in between and do some stuffs. So I will just say public security filter chain. You can see this is already provided by Spring Framework Security, and we will write our security filter chain method here. Okay, and let us annotate this as bean. Now inside security filter chain, what is expected? Expected is to return security filter chain object. Okay, we will do that, but before that we need to build that object. Also, the security filter chain should have HTTP security. Okay, and here now with the help of this HTTP security, we will be building, we will be writing certain stuffs, and then we will be returning this security filter chain object. Now with the help of HTTP security, we will be doing some stuffs and will be returning that. Alright, so how do we do that? We will just say HTTP security dot authorize HTTP request. Okay, and here we will just say request dot request matchers. Okay, I will explain you this, just give me a minute. And here I would want book test / welcome URL should be authorized for any user. Okay, this URL I would like can be accessed by any user because I want to show some welcome message, so anyone can see that, right? No authorization or anything is needed. What do I want? I would like to say permit all. That means this URL book test, not test, sorry, our URL is a store, right? So bookstore / welcome should be allowed for every user. Alright, other than that, if there is any other request, get, put, post, delete, anything else from my bookstore, it should be authenticated. What do? I will just say any request dot authenticated. Fine, let me just take this to the above line itself. Fine, why I'm getting this error? Let me see. Okay, let us add the exception. Fine, so what we have done, we have put a restriction that whatever request is coming, if the URL is this, no further authentication is needed. If there is any other URL, it should be authenticated. Alright, now let us apply some more stuffs. We will do HTTP basic, and I'll just explain you. So customizer we will be writing with defaults. Okay, and so let us go inside HTTP basic and see what is there. So what is our HTTP basic? This configures HTTP basic authentication. Alright, so we are doing basic authentication. So for configuring basic authentication, we will be using HTTP security.http basic. Okay, now also make our application as stateless. Okay, so what do? HTTP security dot session management. Okay, and in that session management, I will just say session. Okay, and with that session, I will just say session dot session creation policy, and I will mark this policy as stateless. Okay, so these are some enums which are created. I will just select stateless because this is how I want it. Alright, and also let us do one thing. Let us disable our CSRF. So what do I do for that? HTTP security dot CSRF. Here inside this, I will just say CSRF customizer. and then I will say CSRF customizer dot disable. Okay, so this will disable CSRF on HTTP security. Okay, so what we have done, we have disabled CSRF, we have written the authorization, we have defined which URL should be permitted by all user and which should not. Then we have defined our HTTP basic authentication. Then we have defined that it should be sessions should be stateless. Then finally let us build this HTTP security and return. All right, so what do? I will just say return HTTP. What happened? Return HTTP security dot build. All right, so we will build and return HTTP security object. All right, so this is how a security filter chain can be written. If you want, you can combine all these things with so many dots and directly return from here, up to you. All right, so we have built our security filter chain. We have defined this URL, but let us see whether we have this URL in the application or not. So I'll go back to my book controller, and here I don't think so I have defined any welcome URL yet. So let us write it. Okay, so how do we write that? We will just say get mapping, and inside that I will just give the URL within double quotes, and since bookstore is defined above itself, so I'll just remove that. Okay, bookstore is up, right? So I will just say slash welcome, and then I'll be writing a method for that. What should happen when this bookstore welcome request comes? So I will just say public get, or simple we will write welcome message. Okay, and simply we will return a welcome message from here. I should write the return type. Let me just give it as a string, or let us give it as response entity. Okay, and here we should have it as a string. I will just say return new response entity, and here I will just give a welcome message, welcome to the bookstore. Okay, and then I will give HTTP status dot okay. Fine, semicolon. Fine, so we have exposed the welcome endpoint. There is a welcome message, and this is allowed for all the users. Okay, other than that, any other method should be authorized. So what kind of authorization? I mean, which user can access which method, that also we have to mention. And in security config, we have said that this endpoint should be permitted all. That means no user login is required for this. Okay, so now let us bring up the application and test this endpoint. See, application is up and running. There is no issue. Let us now try to access the endpoint. Welcome. Okay. Fine. Enter. So what we are able to see, welcome to the bookstore. Okay. And no login and password is asked. Whereas if I remove this welcome and we'll just try to access all the books available in the bookstore, let us see what happens. It is prompting us to enter username and password. Okay, so what is the username? User1. Okay, and password is pass1. Sign in. So now what is happening? It is asking us username and password for any other URL. All right. Also we can try accessing a specific book, let's say B2. Okay, enter. We are able to access it because we are already logged in now. So what we have done, we have restricted certain URLs for authentication, always authentication, and we have unrestricted certain URL for no authentication. Fine. So what we have covered in this session, we started with why securing the application is needed, how to secure your Spring Boot application with Spring Security, what features Spring Security brings in, why is it so powerful, and how to apply Spring Security in your Spring Boot application with the basic authentication, specifically in-memory user details authentication.
Congratulations, you have finished the third chapter also. So let us start with the fourth chapter, wherein we will be learning what is role-based access. In short, you will be listening the term RBAC, and we will be applying RBAC in our application with the help of Spring Security.
The next step, what we are going to do now, we will be applying role to these users, okay, and then we will be testing that whether these roles for the particular users are respected or not. Okay, so now first let us apply roles to the individual user, and then next step we will be applying roles to the individual URLs. All right, let us apply role to the admin user first. Okay, so what do? User with username as admin, then password, and soon after the password encoding I will be giving role to this user. Okay, role, and then inside this I should be giving the role. So whatever string I will be defining here, the similar string I should be giving in the URLs. Then these roles will be matched, and then accordingly the authorization will take place. Okay, so let's say for admin I would like to define role as admin. Okay, similarly I would like to give roles to the user also. So after this password encoding for user 2, I will just give roles. Okay, so soon after encoding I will just call roles method. Okay, and here I will just say user. I would like to define user role for user 2 and same role for user 1 also. Okay, so I will just call roles method, and here I will just give user. Fine. So what I have done for all these three users, user details 1 has got roles as user, user details 2 has also got roles as user. That means user 1 and user 2 both will be able to access the same URLs whichever are permitted for roles as user. Whereas for admin user I have given roles as admin. So admin should be able to access the URLs which are only allowed for admin. Fine. Now let us come back to book controller, and herein for welcome there is no restriction, so no need to specify any roles here. But for get book by book ID, so to find out specific book, let's say I want to allow get book by book ID to user. I want to give access control to the user for get by book ID. All right. So what do I need to do? I can just say pre-authorize. Fine. This is the annotation I should be using for providing the access control or providing the role here. All right. And inside this, in the double quote, I should be writing has role. Okay. And in brackets, inside single quote, I should give whatever role string I would like to define. So here I want to give role as user. All right. Get book by book ID URL can be accessed by the user who is having role as user. Fine. Now get all books, I would want to give this authority only to the admin. Fine. So how do I do that? I will just say at pre-authorize, fine. And inside this, in double quotes, I will just say has role, and in brackets, in single quotes, I will just say admin, fine. So this string should be exactly as it is whatever I am giving here, okay. Similarly for user, whatever string I am giving here should match with this, then only it will work, fine. Now for creation of books, that means if any new book needs to be entered or created in the bookstore, that authority should remain with admin only. Alright, same logic goes for update and delete book. So what will I do? I will give has role as admin to create books, fine, to update books and to delete books. Practically, user should not be allowed to create a new book entry or update books or delete books, right? These are the admin control activities, or if you want, you can create super user also. For now, I am just sticking to admin. So all these operations can be performed by admin only, whereas get book by book ID can be performed by user. So user can open the website, log in and view a particular book details, whatever he wishes to check. Whereas admin can get the entire list of the books, as well as he can create new book entry, update any existing book entries, or can delete the book, right? Makes sense. Fine. So what I have done, I have created role restrictions to the particular REST APIs. Fine. And one more thing we should be doing in security config, we have applied roles here also, and now we should apply one annotation to this class so that the entire method level authorization can be enabled. Okay, for that I should be writing at enable method security. Okay, so this annotation will trigger the role based access wherever applicable. Alright, so now let us quickly bring up the application and test. So let us check the logs. Tomcat started on port 8080, okay, and bookstore application is started, fine. So I will now do the testing using Postman, because we need to test our post, put, delete, all the operations. Fine. So I'll quickly switch to the Postman window. So here is the Postman, and I will open bookstore test, and here bookstore test I will open the get request. So localhost 8080/bookstore, fine, slash. So and get operation is selected. That means I'm going to query get all. Okay. Let us first test it without giving any login credentials and see what happens. Okay, I'll just say send. So it is giving me 401 and this request is unauthenticated. Fine, because Spring Security is enabled, I should be providing some login credentials. So let me select basic auth, and since I am going to query get all, what I should be giving? I should be giving admin username and password. So I will just say admin. And what was the password? Admin1, I believe. Okay, let us check it. So in security config, yeah, admin and admin1 with role as admin. Fine. So here I have given username as admin and password as admin1, and I will just say send. What happens? I am able to get all the book details. Fine. Now let us query for book B2. Okay, I will just give B2 here. That means I want to get the details only for B2 with username as admin and password as admin1. Let us see what happens. I'll just say send. What am I getting? 403 forbidden. Access to this resource is prohibited. That means you cannot access get by book ID with admin username and password, because this resource is accessible only to the user. Fine. So the login details which are having role as user should be able to access that. Okay. So what are the login details for that? User 1 and pass 1, or user 2 or pass 2. Fine. Let me just go ahead and give user 1 and pass 1. Fine. And now I will say send. Let's see what happens. See, I am able to get book B2 details. Fine. Now let us test the post, put and delete operations also. Here is the post request, and let us see if there is something in the body. Yeah. So one book detail is already mentioned, book B11. Fine. So let us try creating it with no auth. I am getting unauthenticated error. Fine. That means I should be able to give some user details. So by default I am getting here user 1 pass 1. Let us try creating the request or creating the book with that. Send. I am getting resource forbidden. That means access to this resource is prohibited. Why? Because user is not allowed to create any entry for the book. Fine. So what should I be doing? I will just change it to admin and then admin 1. Send. Fine. I am able to create the book B11. Fine. Now let us go back to get request and see all the books, or let's say I want to see B11 whether it is created or not. Am I able to get it or not? I am able to get this book. Fine. Cool. Now let us do a put operation, that means update operation, and for now let me just change the name of this book. So the name I have written Java Good Book. Now in the body what will I do? I will just say Java Excellent Book. Okay, so from good to excellent I am changing, and let me just with put I will just say, and again let us see authorization admin sent. I am able to update this book name from good to excellent. And now let us go back to get request. Earlier we were getting Java Good Book. Now if I will send, I should be able to get Java Excellent Book. See, I am able to get the updated value Java Excellent Book. Fine. Now let us do one more testing, that is for delete operation. Fine. I will just change the operation from here to delete, and here I will be giving the book details which I would like to delete. Let me just check the delete URL. So what is there in delete? Delete book by book ID. So I should be providing the book ID for deletion. Fine. So what will I do? I will give book B11 along with delete operation selected, and basic auth and the username should be admin and admin 1. I will just say send. What is it saying? Book deleted successfully, and the book ID is getting printed. Fine. Now let me go back to get and try fetching book B11 details. I will just say send. This time it is giving me the error because it's unable to fetch the details for book B11. Fine. Got it? Now let us try to delete one more book. Let's say B2 with the user 2. User 2 pass 1. I think this is the credential for user 2. Let's verify. User 2 pass 2. What I have given? Pass 1. So user 2 pass 2. Fine. And I am trying to delete book B2. Send. What am I getting? Resource forbidden. Because user role is not allowed to delete any book. It's giving me 403, which is access to the resource is forbidden.
Awesome. You have finished the 4th chapter also. So let us start with the chapter 5, wherein we will be learning how to store username and encrypted password in the database, and further how to validate with the help of stored username and password the application.
So authentication and authorization we have done, but the authentication what we have done is with the help of in-memory user details manager. That means in the code itself we are defining the username and password, and those username and passwords are only allowed to use as a login credentials. But let's say if I want to add one more user, or if I want to change any user one password, or to do any changes in these users, add or delete new user or update any user details, every time what I am supposed to do, I will have to open the code, change the code, and then redeploy. So this is a problem which we do not want to face, right? In the production, every now and then, for such things we are not going to do the code changes, and otherwise also it's never ever a good practice to write the login credentials in the code itself. So as a next step, what we should be doing, we should be creating some mechanism so that these username and passwords can be stored in the database. Whenever any authentication request comes in, the user credentials which are stored in the database should be checked, and basis on the user credentials, authentication and authorization requests are either approved or rejected. Fine. So this is what we'll be doing now. So in order to do that, first of all, I will be commenting this in-memory user details manager code. Alright. So I'll quickly comment this code, and now from here these users will not be allowed to access any resource of this project. So now the next step what we'll be doing, we will be first creating the complete user information flow. That means we should be able to create user information via REST API, and those user information, essentially the user credentials, should be stored in the database. So in order to do so, we should be creating user entity, user DTO, user repository and service layers, and then finally we should be exposing user registration API. Alright, let us start creating user information entity, and we'll be doing that with the help of Lombok. So let us include Lombok dependency in pom.xml. Alright, so in pom.xml, so here is a pom.xml, and in this pom.xml you can notice we have included Spring Boot starter security dependency. Fine, and down below here we will include Lombok dependency. So let us see how can we get Lombok dependency. Here I will just open a Spring Initializr. Fine. And from a Spring Initializr, I will select Java Maven because we are using Maven build, and we'll just click on add dependency. Here we will search Lombok. Fine. So Lombok dependency, and then we will say explore. The moment we do that, we should be able to get Lombok dependency here. You can see org.project Lombok, artifact ID Lombok, and optional true. Fine. So this complete dependency we will copy. Fine. And we will paste it here in the pom.xml. Cool. Yeah. And we will refresh Maven dependencies so that it should be able to identify and include Lombok dependency in the project. So our Maven build is successful. We have got a green tick here. Fine. Now here in the entity folder, we will just say right click, new Java class, and here we will give name to our entity, which is user info. So let us keep this name. Fine, user info, and hit enter. So let me add this to the Git also, because this project is getting synced up with the Git also. So let us provide user info fields here. So first of all, let us have username, private, string, user name. Fine. Then we will say private, string, password. That's another field which we would like to have. And then we will have, let's say, private string roles. Fine. We will just provide bare minimum information, username, password, roles. In addition to that, you can have other user information also, such as user address, email, phone number, whatever is needed. Fine. For now, for this project, we will have this bare minimum information, that is username, password and roles. So in order to make this entity and provide all the getter, setter, constructor, all those stuffs, let us just provide the Lombok annotations and things will be done. Fine. So I will just say data. So you can notice it is coming from Lombok. Enter. Fine. Then we will have all argument constructor. That's again coming from Lombok. This is what we need. And we will have one more annotation, no args constructor also. Fine. So these three annotations I'll be putting, and that's it. So I need not to generate any specific getter setters for this user info or any other constructor, because after putting these three Lombok annotations, such things are already done for us. Fine. So user info entity is created. So next thing, we will be creating user info DTO, because that will be the data transfer object, and user info DTO will be used to communicate over REST APIs. Fine. So I will just say Java class and I will select record and will provide user info DTO. Fine. So this user info DTO I am creating as a record. If you want, you can use Lombok here also. So I'm just showing you both the ways. Fine. So first property or first field which I would like to give is user name. Fine. Then string password and then string roles. Essentially all the same three fields I am providing here also, because I have already kept bare minimum fields. So all three fields I am taking for user info DTO also. Cool. Yeah, I'll just save it. And you can notice I have added both the files to Git also, because this project is getting synced up with that. I have already provided GitHub link in the description box below, so you can get the project code from there also. Fine. Now we will create user info mapper. I'll just say new Java class and I will say user info mapper. Fine. I'll just say add to Git. In user info mapper, I will be writing both the converters, that is DTO to entity, entity to DTO. Fine. So here let's create public static. My bad. I'll just say, yeah, public static user info DTO should be return type, and I will just say to DTO. Yeah. And herein I will be providing user info entity, because this is what I am trying to convert to DTO. Fine. So herein I will write the conversion code. So I will just say return new user info DTO, and here I will be providing all the parameters. So how will I get those parameters? I will take it from user info dot. Let me just import this. Fine. And then I will just say user info dot get username. Fine. User info dot get password and user info dot get roles. Yeah. So now you can notice my user info entity is converted to user info DTO or mapped, whichever way you are comfortable. Now we will write one more method, public static user info. Fine. And this time we will say to entity. And here what we will provide user info DTO, yeah, and herein we should be returning user info because we are trying to convert from DTO to entity, right? And we should be providing the required parameters to the constructor: user info DTO dot username, user info DTO dot password, and user info DTO dot roles. Cool, yeah. So now user info DTO, which is provided here, is converted to user info entity. So both the mappers are created now. Fine. So now next we will be creating repository layer for user info. Fine. So I will just say new Java class. I will select interface because essentially for repository layer we should be writing interface, and I will give name as user info repository. Fine. Add it to Git, and this interface user info repository should extends Mongo repository, and Mongo repository, you can notice, is expecting two parameters. One is entity, another one is ID. I mean T is entity data type we should be giving, right? So Mongo repository, and here my entity type is user info, fine, and ID type is string. So these two parameters I have provided. Now as a next step, by default Mongo repository will provide me basic CRUD operations. So if I am supposed to use only them, I need not to write anything else here. But in our scenario, what do I want? I want to search by username. So basis on the username, I would like to find the entity and perform further operations basis on that. Fine. So for that, I would like to give find by user name. I would like to search by username. So let's say I'm giving my method name as find by username, and herein I will give string username. Fine. So username I will be providing, and it should be able to give me back the user entity. So what am I expecting? I am expecting user entity. So I will be giving user info as return type, and not necessarily all the time whatever username I am searching for will be found. So if it doesn't find, it will return null. So for that I will just give optional here, so it will take care of that, and I will just cover it like this. Fine. So what I have done, I have provided find by username method as an extra on top of basic CRUD operations whatever Mongo repository is providing. The next step, I will be writing the service layer. For service layer, first of all, I should be defining service interface. Fine. So I will just say new Java class. I will select interface, and then I will give user info service. Fine. Add it to Git. So here for user info service, what would I like? I would define one create user info method, with the help of which I should be able to expose register user API. Fine. So what do? Let's say I will just say public. I would like to write a public method user info DTO. Let's say it should be returning, and then I will say create user, and then for create user I'll provide user info DTO, right? And let us import this. This method will be used at service layer and will further pass the information with the help of repository layer to the database and will create user in the database. Fine. Now let us implement this user info service. So for that we will go to impl and we'll say Java class user info service impl. Fine. Enter. Add. and this class will be implementing user info service, the interface which we have just now defined. So let us annotate this as service, then only this will be identified as a service. Fine. And here we are supposed to implement the method of user info service. So let me just say implement methods, create user. It is asking me to implement. By default, it will say it is returning null. So we will write the implementation for this. So for implementing this, we understand that service layer will be talking to repository layer for further database operations. So we should be auto wiring our user info repository here. So I will just say auto wire what? User info repository. Fine. And we will be auto wiring one more thing. If you remember, I will just open security config, and herein what we have implemented password encoder, and we are using the implementation of bcrypt password encoder. So this is one more thing which we should be auto wiring there. So I'll just copy, come back to user info service impl. Let us auto wire the password encoder which we have implemented in security config. Fine. So I will just say public password encoder and then password encoder. Fine. Let us start implementing create user. So for that, first of all, let us convert user info DTO to entity. For that, let us have user info equals, what am I supposed to do? I will just call the mapper method what we have created. User info mapper dot to entity, and herein we will be passing the user info DTO which we have got via create user. Fine. So what we have got now? We have got user info DTO converted to user info entity. Now the next step, we should be setting password here with the help of encoder. How do we do that? We will just say user info dot set password, and here we will be using password encoder dot encode method we should call, and herein we should be providing the raw password which we have received via DTO. Fine. So we can do it via user info entity also, doesn't matter. We will just say get password. We have got the plain text password, and that is further encoded using bcrypt password encoder and is set to user info entity finally. Fine. And then next step, we should be calling the repository save method to save this information to Mongo database. So I will just say user info repository dot save I should be calling, and inside this save I will pass user info entity. Fine. And finally we should be able to return this information. So let's say I would like to return the complete DTO back that the user is created. So how do we do that? We will just say user info mapper dot to DTO, and herein I will just say user info. Fine. So what we have done, we have created create user method, converted the user DTO to entity, set the password with the help of password encoder. So encoded password is set to user info entity, and finally user info entity is saved in the database, and that is finally returned. Fine. So my service layer is also ready. I'll just quickly save it, and the next step is now we will be exposing the user registration endpoint. How should we do that? We should be adding a user info controller to this controller package. So I will just say new Java class, and here I will just say user info controller. Fine. and it is asking me to add this to Git. So let us add it. So we have added user info controller, and now let us first annotate it as REST controller. Fine. And let us have request mapping as user info. So all the detailing of this request mapping and how to expose the complete CRUD operations, we have already done that for book controller with all the detailed explanation. You can follow this series right from the first video, and you'll get all the detailed information for these things there. Video links are given in the description box below. So here for request mapping, in double quote, I will just say user -info. So this will be the request mapping, and here in user info controller, I should be exposing a register endpoint. So since it will be using service layer, so I should first auto wire my user info service. I will just say user info service. Fine. So I have auto wired it. So now let us expose the endpoint. So I will just say public. Fine. Response entity, and here in the response entity is string. Fine. We will be returning some string response. We'll just say create user info, and here from request body I would like to extract the values in the form of user info DTO. Fine. And here inside this method I will be calling my service layer for further processing. I mean further saving the username and password in the database. Fine. So I will just say user info DTO. User info DTO1 is equal to user info service dot create user. Fine. Just now we have created this method, and we should pass user info DTO, which we have received from the request. Fine. And we should return new response entity, and here in the response entity, let's say I would like to have a message user. Let's say I would like to concatenate username here, whatever we have received after saving it from the database. So user info DTO1 dot username. Fine. And then further concatenate and write is created. Fine. And then HTTP response status OK, or let us have created. Fine. So what we have done, we have created create user info. Fine. We have called it service layer create user method and returned user created response back. And let us now annotate it with post mapping. Why post mapping? Because we are creating something, storing something. So it will be a post request. So let's say I would like to expose this URL as register, because this is user registration process. So I would like to expose this URL as register. So we'll now test whether we are able to register the user or not, and in the database we will see whether my password is stored as a plain text or as a encrypted password. Fine. These two things we will test now, and then we will further proceed that with the created user which we are creating in the database, whether we are able to authenticate and authorize our Spring application or not. Fine. Or rather Spring Boot application or not. So for everything, let us first bring up the application. So I'll just run this application. So my application is up and running. As you can see, Tomcat started on port 8080. Started bookstore application. Let's open Postman and MongoDB and see whether we are able to create the user info or not, and then whether that info is stored in the database or not. Fine. Here is the Postman window, and let us open bookstore test. Here let's create one more request. Change the request type to post. And let's verify what is the context path for our user info register. So here it is, user info. So we will give here local host 8080 / user info / register. All right. So this is my request, and then in the body, since it is post request, so I should be providing some information in the body, the information which I would like to create, store in the database. So I will give user name, and the username let's give as test user1. Okay, then we'll give password because that's another field we have created, and let's give password as pass1. And then let us give one more field which is roles, because one user can have multiple roles. So for now let me create just one role for now. So I will just say role _ admin. Fine. So this is the post request body which I am sending. Let us hit send. The request is unauthenticated. So let us see what we have missed in our code. So let's go back to security config. In security config, in security filter chain, request.request matchers we have created for bookstore welcome permit all. That means /bookstore/welcome URL is permitted all. That means no authentication is needed, but other than that any other request should be authenticated. But logically for user creation we are not supposed to do any authentication, otherwise we won't be able to create any user, right? So let me just bypass that user info register also. So I'll just put a comma here. Inside double quote I will put /user info / register. So let me just copy that exact URL. So this is the one, and I will put it here, /user info / register. This is the URL which we have exposed for user creation. Let me just restart the application. Fine, application is up and running now. Now this time let us again try to send this request and see what happens. Send. What message I am getting? User test user1 is created. Alright, so that means test user1 should be now present in the database with the encrypted password and roles as role _ admin. So let's open MongoDB Compass and verify. So here is the MongoDB Compass and Spring Boot MongoDB Bookstore app. So this is our application. So we have just now connected it in the My Database. Now you can see earlier we used to have only book. This time we have got user info also. And user info, there is one record with test user1, you can see, and password you can see it's encrypted password. That means I'm not able to read this password. It's not a plain text one. And roles as we had given role _ admin. So this is one user we are able to create. Fine. Now let us bring down the application and proceed further. So further next steps are, we should be able to authenticate bookstore CRUD operations with the help of this user. Before that, let us create one more user because we have just now created only admin, and we should have role as user also. So let me just give test user2 pass2, and herein for instead of role _ admin I will just give role _ user. Fine, fair. I'll just say send. User test user2 is created, you can notice, and we have got 2 not 1 created. we will verify it from MongoDB also. So let me just refresh it, and this time you can see two users, test user 1, test user 2. One is role as admin, another one is role as user. Fine. Now let us come back to IntelliJ, bring down the application and proceed with the next steps, wherein what we will be doing, we will be now enabling this application so that this can authenticate and authorize with these users which we have just now stored in the database. Fine. For that, we will be now making use of two essential interfaces which are provided to us by Spring Security. One is user details service, another one is user details. Let us first write the mechanism to load the user for verification by Spring Security. Fine. For that, what we will be doing, we will be implementing user details service which is already provided. So we will be doing that implementation inside Service Simple. We'll just say new Java class and we'll say user info user details service impl. You can give any name. I'm just trying to keep all the naming conventions aligned. So that is the reason I'm giving this name. You can give any name of your choice. So I'll just hit enter and we'll add it to Git also. And as I said, what we need to do, we need to implement user details service. I'll just tell you why user details service. Okay. Implements user details service. Now it is giving me an error. And what is it saying? It is saying implement methods. Obviously, because user details service is an interface. So we are supposed to implement its methods. Okay. So let me just say implement. There is one method provided by user details service, that is load user by username. As name itself indicates, what this method is going to do, it will load user basis on the provided username from the database for the verification purposes. I'll just say OK, and the default implementation with returning null is here. Now let us just explore user details service a little more. So I am now inside user details service.java. What does this say? It's the core interface which loads user specific data. Fine. It is used throughout the framework as a user DAO and is a strategy used by DAO authentication provider. So since we are storing user in the database and further we are going ahead and retrieving user from the database for authentication purposes, that is why DAO authentication provider is coming into picture. As we discussed, that DAO authentication provider is essential for database authentications. Fine. And you can see its package is org Spring Framework Security Core. Fine. So it is provided by Spring Security. So, and what this load by username will do, it will locate user based on the username. So let us come back and implement this load user by username as per our need. Fine. So since it's going to talk to database, so for database things, we should have repository in place. We already have repository. What am I supposed to do? I will just say AutoWire and private user info repository, and I will say user info repository. Fine. And we will be using this user info repository in order to implement this load user by username. For that, what will I do? First of all, I will fetch user from the database and will take next actions. Fine. So what do? I will just have my entity class user info. Fine. And I will just call user info repository dot find user by username and the username which is coming from here. So I will just pass username here. It should be able to fetch the username. It will either fetch or it won't get. Fine. Let me just first import user info Why is it not getting? What wrong I have done? User info, it's the same. Let me just retype it. User info. Yeah, it's here. Maybe some typing mistakes. And you can notice it is giving me error. Fine. Change variable user info type to optional, because find by username will either find username or will not find. So in case it's going to return null, I should treat it with optional. Fine. So that is where it was giving me an error. So we have handled it. Fine. So we have received user info, but what this load user by username wants, it wants us to return user details. So the next thing, where are user details? How to get it? This is another important interface which we should be implementing. So this is also the part of Spring Framework .security. It provides core user information, and what all user information it is giving, you can see. So it will give granted authorities, essentially roles, password, username, account validity, whether it is logged, expired, credentials are valid, expired or not, and enabled or disabled. So all these information it provides. So what we are supposed to do, we are supposed to implement this user details according to our need, and then those user details we should be returning from here, load user by username. Alright, so let us first implement user details. How do we do that? Let us go to mapper and let us start implementing here, because this is a kind of mapping we are doing, right? So I'll just give the name as user info user details mapper. Alright, so you can give any name and choose any other package if you wish. I found this place better, so I will be using it. I will be implementing it here. Add it to Git, and then I will say implements user details. Am I getting it? Yeah, it should be from security core. Alright, the moment I said implements user details, it is giving me an error because there are many methods to implement. I will just say implements all the methods. I will select all. Fine. Okay. So what is it giving me? It's telling me granted authorities, return null. I mean all the default implementations we have got here, and let us change wherever it is, wherever changes are needed. So let us first define the important fields. Fine. So I will just say private string username. Okay, private string password, private, oh spelling mistake, and then private string roles. All right, so these three fields we have in our user info entity, and all three we have defined here. Fine. Let us first do the necessary changes in password and username. So in the password, I will just say return whatever password is there in the password field. So I will just say return password instead of null. For username also, return username instead of null. Okay. And remaining all these methods we can leave as it is. Now coming back to granted authorities. So authorities are essentially mapped to roles. Fine. So roles details are expected here. Let's have the naming convention same. So instead of roles, I will just say granted authorities. TIES. Yeah. Fine. And we'll return this granted authorities from here. And also let us change this string to list of granted authority. So granted authorities, password and username, everything we are returning as it is. Now from where the values to these fields would come, let us define them. So let us have a constructor for user info, user details mapper, and we'll fill all these three fields in the constructor. Okay. So let us define the constructor and we'll fill all these three fields inside the constructor. So we will just say public user info user details mapper. Okay. And inside this we should have user info entity. Okay. And let us import this entity. And now here we will say in the username, give the username whatever is there in the user info. Simple, right? User info dot get username. In the password, whatever is there in the password, let us have it user info dot get password. Fine. And in the granted authorities, we should provide the roles. So roles can be one or many. So that is the reason we have taken the list of granted authorities. Fine. For that, let us have granted authorities, and it will be the stream of arrays. So arrays dot stream, and inside this we should have user info dot get roles. Fine. That's the third field of user info, and these get roles we should split. So let us assume we are including the roles with the comma separated values. After this we will create one more user wherein we will have two roles for single user with the comma separated values. Fine. So what will be the delimiter character for that? Comma. So I will just say split, and what is the regex for that? Comma. Fine. So with this the roles will be separated. Fine. And then we should create a map of this. So I will just say dot map, and we will just say simple granted authority will be creating, because for each role a separate simple granted authority needs to be created. Fine. And then finally we will collect that. Fair enough. So with this code, what we have done, we have created a list of granted authorities for each role separately for the particular user, and its password is in the password field. So now my user details is populated for the given user info entity. All right. So now let us come back to user info, user details service simple, and we will do final changes in this return, because we are supposed to return user details. So here what we have user info entity. Fine. It should be mapped to what? To user info, user details mapper, because that's the place from where we are going to get user details object, right? So we will just say user info user details mapper. Fine. And then if the user is found here, if the user is found, we will get a proper filled field of user details. What if the user is not found? So let us have the exception handling, a bit of exception handling here. So I will just say or else. Let's throw an exception. Fine. And then we will say new, and let's say user name not found exception, that is also provided by Spring Security. So let us use this exception as it is, and I will just say user, let us concatenate username, and we'll say not found. Fine. A bracket is missing. That's where it's not understanding. Fine. What we have done, if the user is found, user details object is returned. Otherwise, an exception is thrown. So we have implemented these two essential interfaces. One is user details service and another one is user details. So finally, we are able to load users using the authentication provider from the database. And a final step, we should be creating the bean of authentication provider in security config. Fine. So let us do that. So after this, let me just write public authentication provider. Okay. Authentication provider, and inside this we will be finally doing the DAO authentication provider invocation. So what will we do? DAO authentication provider. Okay, let us construct an object for this. All right, and then after this we should be writing the user details service here. Then only it's finally going to invoke the implementations which we have just now done. Okay, so I will just say DAO authentication provider dot set user details service, and here I should be writing user details service, but we have not yet auto wired the user details service here. So let us go up and do that. Okay, so here I will just say auto wire private user details service. All right, and then we should be passing this user details service here. Okay, and we should also write the password encoder here. Fine. Set password encoder for encryption and decryption of the password. This step is essential. And then finally we should be returning DAO authentication provider. All right, so that's it. And yeah, one more important stuff, let us annotate it as bean. All right, what we have done, we have created a bean of authentication provider so that DAO authentication provider can come into picture and apply security, Spring Security authentication and authorization using database username and password. Alright, so we have defined authentication provider. Let us go back and check our user info, user details service simple. It is implementing user details service, all good. But yeah, one more thing, we should be annotating it as service. Fine, and let us check our user info, user details mapper, all good. Here, all good. And in security config, we have defined user details service, auto wired it, and we have created a bean of DAO authentication provider. All right, so let us bring up the application and see how it works. Let us open Postman window and perform some testing. So here is a Postman window. Couple of minutes back we have created two users. Let us create one more user, test user 3, pass 3 with two rows. One is role underscore user, another one is role underscore admin. Fine, and let us hit and let us hit send. Test user 3 is created. Fine. Let us verify this user from Mongo Compass. In MongoDB Compass, let us refresh it and see the third user with two rows is registered. So now let us come back to Postman and let us try doing some testing on the bookstore. So let me just open book controller And here in the book controller, if you notice, welcome URL is free. I mean, anybody can access that. Get book by book ID can be accessed only by user. Get all books can be accessed by admin. Create book, update book and delete book can also be accessed only by admin. Alright. So let us first try to get all books and then we will see get book by book ID. So here is the get request. Let me just remove a particular book name from here. Auth type will remain basic auth, and this time I should be giving username as test user 1. I believe test user 1 was the admin and pass 1. Fine. Or let's check it from MongoDB Compass. So test user 1 has role as admin. This is what we want. Test user 1 with role as admin we want, so that we should be able to get all the books. So password as pass1 send. So we are able to get all the books because admin is allowed to get all the books. Test user 2 has role as user. So let me just change it to test user 2 pass2 and send. See, I am getting access to the resources prohibited. So it's not authorized to access get all books. Let's say I want to query only for book B2. So user is allowed to query for a particular book. So let's see how it works. Send. So I'm able to get book B2. Its name is MongoDB. Price is listed here. Author is this. Excellent. Fine. So here we have successfully tested our admin user as well as role as user. So whatever coding we are doing, its GitHub link is mentioned in the description box below. Feel free to explore the code or get the code from the GitHub and refer it whenever needed.
Excellent. You have finished the 5th chapter and finally we have reached to the final chapter, which is JSON WebToken or JWT. So we will be understanding the complete details of JWT and then we will be applying JWT authentication and validation in our application. And finally, we will be testing the entire application.
JWT in short, it is widely called as JWT. And its full form is JSON Web Tokens. It is the industry standard, that is RFC 7519. It is widely used in the industry for authorization and authentication of web application. In addition to that, there are many other places like OAuth 2.0, SAML, single sign-on. All those places JWT can be used. Alright, so let us understand what is JWT. So let's say any user is trying to log in to some web application. Okay, let's say he is trying to access a particular book from the bookstore, and for doing that, he is supposed to enter his login credentials. One way, he will enter his username and password and he'll be able to access the book details. Right? So every time whenever he wishes to do that, he has to enter his username and password. But every time giving the username and password is not very efficient and not a very secure way, because every time the information is being transmitted over the internet and this information can be easily hacked and misused. In order to protect such information, instead of every time sending username and password, what if the user has or the client has some access token which can be transmitted for getting the authentication and authorization done for the user? Alright, so such kind of tokens are access tokens and these can be done with the help of JWT. Alright, so what happens? Sender will send the information over the internet. So first time user will send the login information. He'll be issued an access token back, and for every subsequent request for the user, instead of user giving username and password, this access token will be sent over the internet, which will be received by the authorization server, and the authorization server will authenticate the user request and will give access to the requested resource. So here this access token will be the JWT token. Alright, so now let us understand the structure of JWT token. Here is the structure of JWT token. So this structure is actually the combination of header, payload and signature. These three things together will form a JWT token. I will first take you to the JWT website and will explain this header, payload and signature there. Alright, so let me just give jwt.io. This is the website for JWT, and you can go down and see that JWT is presented by Auth0. So here in the JWT you can see this is one complete JWT token, and you can see here is the header part. It's the color coded one, then dot, then here is the payload, and then after dot here is a signature. So here in this window you can see the decoded header, which is this one. Okay, so this is a combination of two things, algo and type. Fine. So algo HS256 is being used here, and then the payload is a combination of subject, name, admin and IAT, that is the date essentially. And then there is a signature. Okay. So the next part in this presentation is this format. So this is authorization : space bearer then token. So this is the format in which the client is supposed to send the JWT token. So this part will have JWT token, and this should be prefixed with authorization : space bearer. This is about what is JWT and what all formats and patterns it has. Now let us quickly start with the demonstration, and there I will show you how you can create JWT token, and further how will you validate the request using that particular token. So token will be created basis on the given username and password, and that token will be returned back to the user. And in the subsequent request, when user will send that particular token, how the user will be authenticated, validated, and the resource will be provided to the user. So all these things we will be seeing in the subsequent demonstration. So stay tuned, watch the session till the end so that you are not missing upon on any of the core concepts. So let's start implementing JWT in this project. So first of all, what we will be doing, we will be creating the JWT token, and then as a next step, we will be writing the code to validate that token. Alright, so in order to create the JWT token, first of all, we should be including JWT libraries. Alright, so let me show you how can you get the JWT libraries, and then how can you include those libraries in your project. Okay, so let me open the browser window for that. So here is the browser window, and first library we will be including is JWT API. Okay. So first thing we are getting Maven repository. So this is the place from where we will take JWT API library. Alright. So the latest version for JWT API what we are getting is 12.6, and you can see its number of usage, date and all those stuffs here. Okay. So we will quickly take this library. Okay. How do we do that? We will just copy this dependency. Okay. And we'll include that in pom.xml. So here in the IntelliJ IDE editor, I'll just open pom.xml. Okay. And just below this Lombok dependency, I'll start including JWT dependencies. Here is JWT API. Similarly, I'll just search for JWT impl. Okay. And JWT impl is again the latest version is 12.6. I'll just click on this. I'll copy dependency from here and will include here in the pom.xml. Okay, and one more dependency we would be needing for the parsing stuffs and all. That will be JWT Jackson. Okay. So I will just say JWT Jackson dependency. Okay. And we'll take from Maven repository. We'll click here. We'll copy the dependency. Okay. And we'll paste dependency here. Alright, so we have got all three dependencies in place: JWT API, JWT Impl, and JWT Jackson. Alright, so these three dependencies we need in order to do the JWT development in this project. Okay, so I'll just save it quickly and we'll do a Maven refresh. Fine, let me close pom.xml. And now the next step is, first of all, we will write the structure in user controller. Okay, user info controller, what we have written, this one. So there, as of now, we have created a user registration code flow, right? Create user info with the username, password, roles, all the necessary details we can give and create the user information. That is, finally user will be stored in the database. Now the next step is, so let us create the login flow. Okay, so let me just first write the code structure. So public response entity. Okay, and let us have the return type as a string. All right, then we will say get user info, and we will say request body. And what should be the request body? That should be user info DTO. Okay, all right, and inside this method, for now I will just say return success. Okay, we will further evolve this. Okay, it should be response entity, my bad. So I will just say new response entity. Okay, and then inside this I will say success HTTP status. Okay, fine. So everything is fine. And now I need to expose the API for that. So I will just say post mapping. Alright, because login request we are going to create. So it should be /login. Okay. So what we have done, we have exposed a /login REST endpoint as a post request. And inside this, the method what we have written is for now get user info, which is returning always success. Okay, fine. And now inside our user info service and service impl, let us create the structure for this. And then as a next step, we will be writing the create JWT flow for this. Okay. So let us open user info service. Inside this user info service, let me just write the method for this. Okay. So it will be public string get user info. All right. And then what should be the parameters for that? User info DTO, user info DTO. Okay. So we have done the declaration here, and let us implement this. Where user, not this one, user info service impl. So now it is showing me the error because its interface has got one more method which we are supposed to implement. So I will just say implement method. Okay. Fine. So say it is by default returning nothing. So I will just say success because I'll repeat, we are just creating the code structure for this right now. So from here, what do we want? We would want that whatever user name and password is coming in the request, right? For that, we have created the structure. What we have done here, we have taken the login request. Okay. So in that user info, basically the user name and password is coming. And with the help of that, we are supposed to check the username and password in the database. And then if everything is fine, that means if the request is genuine, we are supposed to create the JWT token for that, where the request authentication and then the token creation process will go technically here in the service impl. Okay. So in order to do that, we should have the authentication manager. Okay. So let us create authentication manager bean somewhere. So what should be the best place? Let us have our security config class, because that is the place wherein we are creating all security configuration related stuff. Okay. So we will be creating authentication manager bean here. So here we will be creating authentication manager bean. So let us first of all annotate it as bean. Okay. And then down below we will be writing the respective method. Okay. So I will just say public authentication manager. Alright. And then we will be writing authentication manager method. And here in this we are supposed to provide authentication configuration. Okay. Okay. And then we should be returning authentication configuration dot get authentication manager. Alright. Why am I getting the error? Oh, okay. Let us add the exception because that is the need of this method signature. Alright. And anyways, if it is unable to get the authentication manager, it is supposed to throw some exception. So we should comply with the method signature. Okay. So what we have done, we have created authentication manager bean. What it is doing, it is providing the authentication manager, because without the authentication manager, we will not be able to verify the username and password, and further creation of token will not be possible. Alright. So now let us go back to user info service simple and first of all auto wire this authentication manager. Okay. Then only we will be able to use it here. Okay. So I will just say auto wire authentication manager. Okay. And now after auto wiring this authentication manager, it is available for us to use here in the get user info. So now here in the get user info, we will call the authenticate method of authentication manager, and then with the help of that, we will be able to authenticate the username and password. How do we do that? Let us just say authentication manager dot authenticate. Okay. And what it should be authenticating? The username and password. Okay. So let us start writing that. I will just say new username password authentication. Okay. So the first class here saying username password authentication token. Okay. And inside this token, we are supposed to pass username and password. Alright. How do we pass that? We'll get it from user info DTO dot username. Okay. And password from there. Okay. And we'll close this. So from authentication manager, with the help of authenticate method, we are trying to authenticate this username and password which we have got from the request. Okay. Now what does this authenticate method returns? Let us go and check here. It is returning the object of authentication. Okay. So we should be returning this result in authenticate object. Okay. So let me just give a space and then I will write authenticate. Why is it not getting in suggestion? Let me just verify. Oh, it is authentication. Let me just copy and put it here. Okay. And then I will say authentication is equal to. Fine. So what is happening? Whatever is the result of authentication, we are receiving it here in the authentication object. So in the authentication object, once we have got the result, we will be able to say whether the provided username and password is authenticated or not. How do we check that? I'll just put a small if else check here. So I will just say authentication dot is authenticated. So if it is true, I should return success. Fine. Else, in all other cases, I will return a failure. Okay. Fine. So I hope this much is clear. What we have done, we have authenticated username and password, and whatever is the result of authentication, basis on that, I am saying return success or return failure. Fine. Simple. But we cannot stop here. our next step is to check if the user is authenticated, create the JWT token and return. So that is the real purpose of this, right? So where should we generate the token? Where I am returning success. Because what is happening, if the user is authenticated, then only I can create token and provide the token for that. If user is not authenticated, that means user does not exist or wrong password is provided, then I am not supposed to provide any token. Otherwise, it will be misused, right? Maybe some hacker or some other attacker or some other XYZ person is trying to get the token so that he can get all the benefits from our system without even registering in that. So I cannot provide any token to that, right? So where my token generation logic should go? At this place. All right. So how do we write that logic? In order to write that logic, I am supposed to now make use of JWT libraries, write the create token logic and call that logic here. Okay. So now, where do we write that generate token logic? I can either create some utility common class here and inside that I will write the logic. Okay. Worst case, you can write the logic here in service simple, which is not the right place. I mean, in the code flow, it will work, but your code will not be structured. In order to get a structured code, what do? I have decided to create a JWT service. Okay. And inside that, I will write that logic and then we will call that logic here. Okay. So where do we create JWT service? So I'll come to this service package and we'll start creating JWT interface here. Sorry, JWT service interface here. So I'll choose interface and we'll say JWT service. Okay. I'll add it to Git because my code is getting synced up with Git, and whatever code I'm showing you here, everything I keep on pushing to my Git repo. So if you get stuck somewhere, go ahead, check it out. Link is tagged in the description box below. You can always find it out from the description or my comment also. So now what will I do? I will create a generate token method signature here. How do I do that? I will just say public string because I am expecting that token should be a string, and generate token. Okay. And for generating token, it would need something, right? So it will be string user name, let's say. Fine. So let's say with the help of username, I am generating the token. So this is the method signature I have created. And now I am supposed to create its implementation. So where do I do that? I will just say service impl new Java class. All right. And I will just say JWT service impl. Okay. And we'll say add. Okay. What should I do? I will just say it will implement JWT service interface, which we have just now created. And I will say implement methods. Alright. So here in the generate token, I have got by default return string. But this method is much more than that. The entire token generation logic will go here. Okay. So I will first create the claims object here. That is the standard term you will find being used here. You can keep any name, but to make it more understandable, I am just creating or keeping the name as claims. Okay. So string object I will be taking and I will just say claims. This is actually the standard code I am writing here and explaining, but you can use this code as is. Okay. I'll just say import class. Okay. And I'll just take a map of it. Okay. So I will just say new hash map. Alright. Now with the help of this claims hash map, we will be doing certain stuffs. So my generate token method is supposed to return the string. So I will just say return and everything what I am trying to generate will go here. Okay. So we will be directly writing the code here. Okay. Let me just remove this. And from our JWT library, I will call JWT's builder. Okay. And from this JWT builder, what we'll do? We'll just say add claims. Okay. Then we will use add subject. And what is the subject here? Username. Okay. Then we will include when is it issued. Issued at. So what we'll do? We will give date time. Okay. So issuance date. And how do we do that? I will just say system dot current time millis. Okay. And then I will say expiration, because every token should come with some expiration date. Okay. So I will just say new date. Okay. And here I will say same system dot current millis. So current time. And in this, let me just add some value. 60 into, let's say 60 into 30. Okay. So this is the expiration time. Okay. And let me just import this date. Otherwise it will continue giving me the error. Okay. All right. And then, and what else do I want? I would want this token to be signed with some key. So I will just say sign with some key. I don't have a key. I will show you how to get it. Okay. And then I will just say compact. Fine. And sign with, let me just write get key, and I will show you. I will write a get key method for you right now. Okay. I'll not import it. I'll write a new one here. What will happen? With the help of this code, a token will be generated and that will be returned here. Fine. And token will be of a string type. Right. So now coming back to get key. So let us write a new method here. Okay. And let us make it private, because this is the place only where we will be using and where it should have access. Okay. So I will just write secret key. Okay. Get key. And let us import secret key. Okay. So let us write a key creation method. Let's have the byte array. Okay. And some key value. And then we will call decoders dot, what decoding mechanism I am using? I'll use base 64 and then decode. Okay. And herein I am supposed to pass secret key, or you can give any name. So let us create this variable as a class level variable, because further that will be the same class level variable will be used in our JWT validation also, token validation. Okay. So I will just say private string secret key, and let us initialize it with nothing. Okay. Some blank value. Okay. So here is a secret key we have declared, and then we will return. So I will just say keys dot, we will be using hmax signature, hmax SHA key for. Okay. So this is the method for that. And here I will pass this key value which we have created. Okay. With the help of this secret key, we are creating all this, but we have initialized it with blank. So we should do a proper initialization for this secret key, and for that we will be creating a constructor of JWT service impl, and therein the initialization of secret key will go. Okay. So let's see how do we do that. I will just say public JWT service impl. Okay. And inside this constructor, what will we write? We will actually write the key generator here. Okay. So key generator is also provided by JWT libraries. Okay. Key generator. And herein we will write key generator dot get instance. Okay. And inside this get instance, I should be writing which algorithm we are using. So what we have just now used below, HMAC one. So I will just write HMAC SHA-256 here. And now you understand why did I use the same method here with keys dot. Okay, because we are using the algorithm as HMAC SHA-256. Alright, now I will just take another instance of secret key. Okay, secret key 1 let us take, and we'll call key generator dot generate key. With the help of this, the key will be generated, and then we will assign that in the class level variable, which is secret key. Okay, so we will call our base 64 dot get encoder. Okay, dot encode to string, and here we will say secret key 1 dot get. And why am I getting so many errors? Oh, here equal is missing, and here it is saying add exception to method signature. Okay, fine. So this is the code for getting the secret key. With the help of secret key, we are creating a get key method, and finally we are passing get key method here. Okay, so now with the help of this, the token is getting generated and getting returned here. Okay, so we have got generate token code in place. Now let us go back to user info service simple and call that generate token here. For doing that, let us auto wire JWT service. Okay, fine. And now let us remove this success directly like that, and we'll call JWT service dot generate token, and we will pass the username here. Okay, so I'll just say userinfo.dto dot username. Alright, and we'll put a semicolon here. Fine. So what happens? Username will be passed to generate token, and it will generate the token for the respective user and will return the generated token. Fine. So now let us read the complete code. What we have done here, we have with the help of authentication manager's authenticate method, we have authenticated username and password for the one which is provided in the request. And if it is authenticated, that means in the authentication object, if it is authenticated, then we will create the generate token. We will generate the token, JWT token, and will return. If it is not authenticated, a failure result will be returned. Alright. So this is the code flow. Now let us go back to our user info service and check. Do we need to do any change? No. Now let us go back to user info controller and check. Do we need to do any change here? Yes, because we are currently just returning the success here. So we should be writing a code to really return the generated token or the failure, whatever we are getting. Okay. So here, instead of success, what am I supposed to do? I am supposed to call user info service dot get user info, and inside this I will be passing user info DTO. Fine. So once I will pass this method, I will reach here, do its implementation, and finally we will reach here. Fine. And we will get whatever it is, whether I'll get the token or I will get a failure message. Fine. So this is the code flow for creation of the JWT token. Now let us go ahead and test this. Okay. So let us bring up the application. Once the application is up and running, we will test it using Postman. Okay. So what am I getting here? User info service simple required a bean of type service. Oh, I think I might have missed the annotation. So let me just go to JWT service simple. Yeah. So let us put service annotation here. So we have put service annotation here, and let us now try bringing up the application and see. So looks like, yeah, good. Application is up and running. Global Authentication Manager configured with authentication provider. All the good logs are coming here. Alright, so now let us go to Postman window and test. So before that, I will open MongoDB Compass and we'll see some user from there first. Okay. So let me just connect the application. If you don't know how to connect, refer the MongoDB Compass video. Okay. So you'll get all the links, the complete playlist I have created, and the playlist link is mentioned in the description box below. So please make use of that. Okay. So I'll just go to user info, and here in user info, you can notice we have test user 1. Okay. Test user 2, test user 3. So let us use test user 1. Okay. Or let us try to create a new user. So you'll get a feel of creating the user registration and then creating the JWT token. Okay. So you'll get both the test. So bookstore test, I'll go to post request. What is there? Okay. So my previous request is here. So let us create a new one with the role as user. So I will just say test user 4 with pass 4 as a password, and you can notice what is the post request. Localhost 8080 user info register. Fine. And in the body I have mentioned username, password and roles. Let me try sending it. Test user 4 is created. Fine. And let us create one more user as test user 5, pass 5 and role as admin. Okay. Role admin. Fine. So let me just try sending this also. Test user 5 is created. Okay. Now let us go ahead and verify these both the users in the MongoDB Compass. So here in the MongoDB Compass, I will just refresh. You can now see we have got 5 rows and we have got test user 4 and test user 5. Cool. Yeah. So now coming back to Postman, I will create one more post request wherein instead of this register, I will be giving login. Fine. So I'll just add one more request here. Add request. Okay. I will choose the method as post. We'll write the URL here, and instead of register, this time I will write login. Fine. In the body, I will choose raw, and let me just copy something from here that will minimize my work. Okay. So let me just copy and paste here. And for my request, I don't need roles. If I will give, it will be bypassed. So I'm just not giving, not overloading the things. So I will give precisely what is needed, that is username and password. All right. And let me just one more time open the editor. So here, user info controller, you can notice user info /user info is the context path and /login. And here, the moment the login request will come, this will be invoked and a token should be generated and should be returned back. All right. So let us see whether it is working that way or not. So now after giving this URL and username and password, I will just say send. So I have got unauthorized. What is it saying? The request is unauthenticated. Pass the correct auth credentials. But we have just now created this username and password, so this should be fine. There can be some other issue. Let us open the editor and try to debug it. We have just now created username and password, so this information will be correct, right? We anyways copied and pasted it. And /login /user info, the same context path we had given. So what can be the problem? when the request will hit this, it's not allowing this URL to actually provide me the information. So let us go to security config and check if we missed something here. Everything looks good. We just created authentication manager, and in our security filter chain, so what we have given, permit all for the welcome message and permit all for register, and we have to enter our login URL also here. Otherwise that URL will not be permitted. It will look for some username and password further, which should not happen, right? So let us enter our user info slash login also here. Okay, so you've got the issue, right? So I have entered user info login. I will just save and restart my server, and let us now check whether it works or not. So let me just bring up this window like this. So Tomcat started on port 8080. So in the Postman window, let us again try to send this. Cool. 200, okay. And we have got the token here. Okay. Yeah, let me just copy and paste this token on JWT.io and verify it. Here is the browser window. I will just say JWT.io. Okay. And let us paste the token here, what we just now generated. Paste. Yeah. And it is telling me Elgo HS256. This is what we have given. You can notice subject test user 5, creation time and expiration time. So creation time you are seeing 26th May and date plus GMT, right? And expiration time is 26th May, time is 10:3:39 GMT plus 5:30, and here time is 10:151. Fine. So we had given 16 to 16 to 30. So because of that, this much of expiration time we have got for this token. Depending upon your requirement, you can provide the expiration time. If you want long-lived token, you can give bigger time, bigger expiration time there. If you want short-lived token, you can give like this. All right. And here the signature verification. Okay. So it is asking enter the secret used to sign the JWT, right? So we need to write a secret key here, and then it will validate the token. Fine. So whatever secret key, whomsoever will have the secret key, they will be able to verify this signature. And let us generate the token for test user 4 also and see how does it work. Test user 4, let's give some wrong password and see what happens. Send. It is saying unauthorized, right? And if we will give the correct password for this, it will give me the token. I can again copy and paste this token here in this window. Okay. And this time you can notice I am getting test user 4, time 10:5:28 and then 10:7:16, right? And the algorithm, and then again signature. For signature verification, one should have a secret key. Now before starting the validation part, let us come back to this Spring Security diagram which we have discussed earlier. And what we understood, once the HTTP request comes in, the sequence of filter chain gets executed, and delegating filter proxy, as you can notice this part, delegating filter proxy will delegate for the security validation stuffs to the security filter chain, and then the series of security filters will get executed, followed by authentication manager for authenticating and filling up the security context holder with principal authorities and credentials. Alright, so this is how the flow is. Now, what do we want? We want to validate the JWT. That means when user will try to access the bookstore, he or she need not to fill the username and password, rather they will be providing the access token or JWT token what has been generated and provided to the user. Alright, so user will try to access the bookstore now along with the JWT token. Alright, and then the JWT token has to be validated. So here, once the delegating filter proxy will hand over request to security filter chain, first what is expected that before username and password authentication filter, what we have done earlier, what is needed? JWT validation part or validation filter should be invoked, and that should validate the provided JWT token, and once the token is validated, the response will be sent back and the remaining things will be processed. Alright, so this is what is expected and this is what we are going to code now. Fine, I hope this part is clear. So here is the bookstore project, and as we discussed, what do we need to do? We need to do something to invoke the JWT validation part before the user password authentication filter. In order to do so, we will make use of this security filter chain, and right after this line, what will I do? I will just say HTTP security dot add filter before. Okay, so what am I going to guide? That it should add JWT filter. I will give the name to the JWT validation code or validation part as JWT filter. Okay, and before what I would like to place it? I would like to place it before username and password authentication filter. Alright, so this part we have added for JWT validation. Okay, now you must be wondering where is JWT filter, and that's where it is giving me this red error. So this class I am yet to add. This is not something which is inbuilt and provided here. We need to write this code, write this class and make it available here. So we'll do that in a while. I'm just showing you where we are going to use it and then we are going to code it. Okay. For now, I will just auto wire this JWT filter also here. Okay. So here I will just auto wire I will give the class name as JWT filter. Okay. And then I will place this name and that's it. Fine. This JWT filter, it's not able to identify, as I mentioned. It's not something which is inbuilt or provided by Java. Rather, I am going to write this class. Fine. So where do we write this JWT filter? Let me write it in the config package itself. Okay. I'll just say new Java class JWT filter. Alright, let me add it to get. So here is a public class JWT filter which should extend once per filter request. Okay. Once per request filter, it's going to extend. Why am I extending this particular filter? Because I just want that whenever any request comes in, this authentication request which should be fulfilled by JWT filter should be executed exactly once. I don't want the repeated thing because once the authentication mechanism is done, that should be it, right? So this is the purpose of this once per request filter. I will show you this also. So here is the abstract class once per request filter, and what is the purpose? Filter base class that aims to guarantee a single execution per request dispatch or any servlet container. It provides do filter internal method. Notice do filter internal. We are going to implement this method with HTTP servlet request and HTTP servlet response arguments. Fine. So this giving me an error. Why? Because we are extending an abstract class. So we are supposed to implement its abstract methods. Alright. So what do? I will just say implement method. And what is the method we should implement? It's do filter internal. So we are going to override this do filter internal. Let me give a space so that it's more readable. Alright, and what am I supposed to do inside this do filter internal? Before that, let us have a look. What is it saying? HTTP servlet request, HTTP servlet response, and filter chain. These things we need, right? So we need request in order to get the values and authenticate. So we are going to make use of this HTTP servlet request parameter. Fine. And what does it do? It throws servlet exception and IO exception. Fine. So inside this method for implementation, what am I supposed to do? I am supposed to get headers from this request, because what happens? These authentication parameters comes in HTTP servlet request. Fine. So we'll be using request headers in order to get the token and to validate them. Alright. How do we get that? Let me just say string auth header. Okay. From where do we get the header? We'll get it from request dot get header. And what is the header name we are supposed to write? Then only it will be able to give us the header values. So it should be authorization. So this is the authorization header we'll get from request.getHeader. Fine. So once we get authorization header, you must be thinking, why am I taking this as authorization header? So let me just switch to Postman and show you some formats for that. So here is the Postman window, and let me open this get URL. So in the authorization, there are different auth types. Earlier what we were doing, we were using basic authentication, wherein we were providing this username and password here itself. Now we want this authorization should take place with the help of JWT token. So what do? We will just select bearer token here, and herein we will be filling the token values. Okay, and everything is coming under authorization header. That is where we are getting, first of all, we are getting this authorization header from the request, and the next step is we will take value from the bearer and whatever token is the provided. I am just writing here in the comment box so that you can get more clarity. So once we get this auth header, what will come here in the auth header now? Bearer space, and then here you will get the JWT token. Fine. That's how something you will get. JWT token will be some very long value. Okay. So I'll show you all these things in the demonstration. So don't worry. Currently I'm just explaining the concept so that you can understand whatever I'm writing in the code. Okay. Bearer, one space, and then it will be followed by the JWT token value. Fine. So in the auth header, what we are expecting is something like this. Fine. But for JWT token validation, one more step we should do. We should extract, or we should remove this bearer space, and then only we will be able to exactly extract the JWT token value. So for doing that, I will just take some more parameters. I will just initialize it with null. Fine. And let me just take one more parameter here. I will tell you why am I taking it. Now, if whatever auth header we have extracted, we just would like to check it has some values or not, and it has bearer or not, something like that. Some basic sanity checks I would like to do. So what do? I will just say auth header is not equal to null, basic null check. Okay. And auth header dot starts with bearer. Fine. So this is something I would like to ensure that auth header has some values and it is starting with bearer. Then only I would like to go ahead and extract something. Let's say it doesn't have anything because of some error, and we will try to extract values out of null. We will always get null pointer exception. In order to save from null pointer exception or those kind of exceptions, I am just putting all these checks. Fine. So now herein I will just say, since it is not null, so I should be able to get some value out of it, right? So JWT token variable should now contain auth header dot the token value. How do I get the token value? Because it is prefixed with bearer space. So I need to extract that value. For that I will just say auth header dot substring, and it should start with index 7. Fine. Why do I say index 7? Because if you count this bearer from index 0, 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, including space. So JWT token value is starting from index 7. That is where I said substring 7. Fine. And then next step is I would like to get the username from this. So we should be extracting this username from the JWT token. For that we'll be writing some methods. Okay. So for now I am leaving this thing here as is, because we'll be creating those extraction of username and those kind of methods in JWT service. Alright, so for now let us leave it here. Fine. And I'll open my JWT service. So here in JWT service, let us quickly create the extract username. Okay. So I'll just say public string, because I expect it to return the username, which should be string. Okay. I'll just say extract username. Okay, you can give any name. I'm just giving a more explanatory name to the method. Okay, I'll just say string JWT token. Alright. So from this JWT token, I would like to extract the username. So since I have included this method in the interface, so its implementation class, which is JWT service impulse, should be implementing it. I'll just say implement methods, extract username, and it will create a method signature here. Alright, so there is some standard code which I will be writing and I will explain you that. Okay. So for extracting username, I'll just put 2 more methods here. Okay, and this extract claim will be calling here. Okay, and in this, what should I give? I will just say JWT token and claims : get subject. What we are doing essentially here is, from this extract claim method, inside this we are passing JWT token and claims.get subject. Fine. And from this claims class, what we are providing? Get subject, because subject is essentially we would like to extract. So inside this extract claim method, we are just saying extract all claims, which is another method, extract all claims, which will accept JWT token. Fine. And from JWTs.parser, remember we included JWT libraries. So from JWTs.parser, it will say verify with get key. Get key is here. Fine. So the key which we use to encrypt, the same key we are using, will be using for decryption. Fine. And that should build the response. Parse signed claims. Which claims? From the JWT token and get payload. Fine. So from extract all claims, it will provide whatever claims it is getting. Claims will come here in this claims. So from the claims resolver, it will apply and pass all the claims. So what claim specifically we would like to get is get subject, which we'll be able to get after this method execution. Fine. So once we call this extract claim here inside extract username, it will provide us, or it will return the username from this JWT token. Alright, so now let's go ahead and use this method in our JWT filter class. What do? We will just say JWT service. Why am I getting the error? Because I have not yet auto-wired this JWT service. Let me go ahead and do that. Auto-wired, okay, JWT service. Fine, and let me make it private. Fine, so JWT service dot extract username, and inside this I will just say JWT token. Alright, so once this gets executed, it will provide me the username. Now what are the next steps? We will just check whether we have got the proper username or not. So we will do a basic null check, and we will just check whether it is already authenticated or not, because if it is already authenticated, we are not supposed to re-authenticate. Fine. So we'll just putting all those basic checks here. So I will just say username is not equal to null. Okay. And so from the security context holder, because if you remember, security context holder object gets filled once the authentication and authorization is done. Fine. So this context gets filled. So if it is already filled for this user, why do we want to re-authenticate the same stuff? We'll not do that, right? So we are going to check whether this is null or not. Fine. So what do? Get context, then get authentication. If this is null, then only I would like to proceed and do the validation part. Otherwise, there is no need. If username is not null and context holder is null, then in that case, I would first like to load username, right? If you remember, we discussed user details service. With the help of user details service, and for calling user details service, we should be auto wiring application context. Okay. Application context will auto wire. We will get the instance of this user details service. How? For that, we will be using application context, which we have just now auto wired. From this, we will get the bean user info user details service impl dot class. Okay, and from this bean we will call load user by username, and we will pass username here. Okay. So what we have done here is, from application context, we have got the bean of user info user details service impl, and from here we called the method load user by username. For which user? The user which we have just now extracted. Alright. So with the help of this, we are able to get the instance of user details service. And with the help of this user details service, we will be further validating the token. Okay. So now for token validation, finally, we will be creating one more method where in JWT service. Okay. So let us go inside JWT service. So here in JWT service, let us create one more method called validate token. And what should it return? It will return Boolean true or false, because whether the token is validated or not validated. Alright. So I will just give the name as validate token, and what should be the parameters? A string JWT token, okay, and user details. Fine. What we'll be doing? We will be creating validate token, And inside this method, we will be passing the token which should be validated and the user details service instance which we have just now got. Fine. And let's go ahead and implement this. So I will just say implement methods. So a blank method signatures are created and by default started returning false. So let's go ahead and implement this. So inside this, let us first extract the username. Okay. So what do we do? I will just say final string username. Okay. And I will just call extract username and will pass JWT token here. Okay. And once we have called the extract username, for this username, we will check whether its token is expired or it is valid. We need to do a few steps. For that, I will be just pasting some methods here and will explain. So we will be making use of is token expired method, which we'll be calling here. What this method will do, it will take this token and will call extract expiration. And in this extract expiration, what we are doing, we will just calling extract claim. So this extract claim will this time check JWT token for this claims : get expiration. So what this JWT token will do this time, earlier if you remember, we have got the claims get subject. This time it is get expiration. So it will get its expiration date. Fine. That is where this method is returning the date. So it will get the token date and it will compare it with the current date. And accordingly it will return true or false. Fine. So this default return false should now be replaced with username dot equals, fine, equals with what? User details dot get username. Fine. So usernames will be compared. Whatever username we have in our user details service, it will be compared with that. Fine. And then it will check whether token is expired or not. Fine. So once these checks are fulfilled, it will return true or false accordingly. Right. So now let us go ahead and call this validate token here in our JWT filter. So I will just call validate token, and inside this validate token, two parameters I am supposed to pass. So I will just say JWT token and user details. That's how we call this. Now for this validation token, once this token is validated, there are further steps to be executed. So let me just put this validate token under if block. Okay. If the token is validated, then only we are supposed to do the next steps. Otherwise, there is no need, right? So what are the next steps? I will just check the authorities. So what do? I will just say user name, password, authentication token. Okay. And what do? I will just say user name, password, authentication token. I will construct this with the help of user details. Okay. There are three parameters it is expecting. Okay. So first I have given user details. Credentials, let me just give it as null. And then the authorities. Authorities we can get from user details dot get authorities. All right. Now once this authentication token is in place, we will set the details. Okay. New web authentication details source. This is the class, remember, you need to call. There are some set standard stuffs. So we do that as it is. I will just say build details. Okay, forward request. Fine. And then once this is done, we will call security context holder dot get context, and in that I will be setting now the authentication, because now the authentication is done, right? So I will be setting authentication token in that. Fine, got it? And finally, once this much is done, in the filter chain I will call the next filter. So I will just say do filter with request and response. Alright. So what we have done in this, after token is validated, once token is validated, what we'll do, we will just create the instance of username password authentication token, because finally we should be setting it in our security context holder. So in this security context holder, earlier we have got principal, authorities, and for credentials initially it was null because it was not authenticated. Now when the authentication is done, we should be filling in this credentials. So this is what we are doing in this code. We are creating user password authentication in which we are providing user details, authorities, and credentials initially null, and we are setting the details in that, and finally we are filling up security context holder set authentication with this token. Finally, the authentication token is set in the security context holder. Fine. So token is validated and set in the security context holder, and finally we are calling the remaining filter chain. That is where we called it filter chain dot do filter. All right. This is about JWT validation code. Now let us bring up the application and test it using Postman. It's giving me some error. Okay, let's go ahead and check. Okay, let us mark JWT filter as component. So we have marked JWT filter as component. Okay, so that was the missing part. And let me just try to bring up the application again. So you can see Tomcat started on port 8080 and it started bookstore application. Alright, so let us open the Postman window and test it. So here is the Postman window. In the last session we created test user 3 with pass 3. We already have registered this user, or let us register one more user. So I'll just create user, let's say 10 with pass 10. So test user 10 with pass 10, and let me give role as user. Okay, let's send the request. User test 10 is created. Okay, and now for this user test 10, I will open this login URL, user info login. Fine, and I will give this time test user 10 and pass as pass 10. Fine. So with these two values, I am going ahead and creating the token, JWT token for this test user 10. I'll just say send, and you can notice I have got the JWT token. Let me just copy and open a get URL, and let's say I would like to get the book B2 from the bookstore. So as we discussed, for authorization we will this time select bearer token, because we are going to provide the JWT token for validation, not the username and password. And here in the token section, I will paste the token which we have just now created. Fine. And I will just say send. Let's see what happens. So you can notice it's able to give me the details of book B2. Book ID, book name, price, author and description. We are able to validate with the help of our created JWT token. That is why it's providing me the resources. I'm not giving any username and password this time. Rather, I'm just giving the token value and I'm able to get access to the resources. I believe we have book B3 also. So let us try getting B3 sent. You can notice we have got book ID B3, name, price and all the relevant fields. Fine.
So congratulations, you have covered all 6 chapters. And here is the summary whichever we have discussed in this entire session. We have built our REST APIs. Then we have connected our MongoDB Compass with Docker container. We secured our application with the help of Spring Security. Further, we enabled role-based access to our application. Then, further, we backed our application with the user name and password storing in the database. Finally, we enabled JWT authentication and validated our application with the help of JWT token. I hope this session helped you and you have understood this in great detail. If you have any doubts, feel free to ask your doubts in the comment section below. If you like the session, hit the like button and subscribe to the channel. Also share the channel and session details with your friends, family and colleagues because that is how we will grow more stronger together. See you in the next session. Bye for now.